Alright. I believe we should be live. There we go. Alright. Welcome everyone to the pre-show. Starting to sending out all the messages and all that. You guys can tell I don't even have the key lights on. It's
the pre-show, baby.
Yeah, it's amateur hour.
I see
over
BigBear.
here.
Both of us, both our dudes. I'm gonna call them up.
Okay. Genthrock, thanks for sitting in the room here, holding the spot. We will see you post-show.
Yoink.
Well, hello.
There we go, guys.
Okay, I'm a little insulted that you kept BigBear's perms to speak in this room, but you took away mine.
No, he didn't. I had to
we
unmute
just
him as well.
removed him quick, yeah.
Well, I'm a little insulted that you chose to unmute him first.
So that you guys know, we are technically live right now, but I don't know if you guys have ever seen like the Daily Show. But like this is kind of like our like between the scenes pre-show, just like chatting amongst ourselves and with random chat from the audience.
Cool.
Yeah.
And randomly, Genthrox is in here with us for some reason.
Yes.
Hey, Genthrock. Are you not joining us, Genthrock?
I think he's AFK. I might have to. I'll move him back into the regular channel.
I'm not AFK.
Oh, hey, dude.
I just figured you didn't really want me talking. I break things.
Right, so we're live and people can hear us right now.
Yes. Don't say anything.
Don't say anything. Don't say anything that's going to
you.
impact our partnership application.
Like, mainly I just shouldn't be talking. Is what
Oh,
they're
you
saying.
guys are going for partner. Oh, congratulations.
Yeah.
That's
Congratulations.
big. Very big.
I mean, we haven't got it yet, so
We haven't got it yet, but here's the thing: like most people, when they apply for partner, they're like scraping by on that 75 average.
Mm-hmm.
Our average right now is like 320. Like,
Oh,
the
geez.
game.
Wow.
Given there's a massive caveat to that because we had the like 2,700 person stream for Gamescom, so like there's a caveat to that. But like even
That's
then,
true,
our
yeah.
average is like without that, our average is still ballpark almost 200.
yeah.
That's about what my average was when I've been declined a couple of times, so I mean, good luck.
We'll see.
My advice for you is don't have me on, because for some reason the Twitch partnership people don't like me. There you go.
But we can, if you want, I can change your name to not TheeDuelist but TheeDuelist.
Ageless, yeah. There you go. Yeah, I'll pop you on my Discord so people can show up.
Oh, nice. Great.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm hoping that I'll get partnership at some point. It's gonna, yeah.
You should. I mean, you should have the stats for it at least.
I've had the stats for it since the very creation of my channel. I've had 75 average viewers since day one. Like, if you average my channel out over the entire time it's been alive, yeah. Over the year and like 2 months I've been streaming.
It's really strange how they how they diagnose whether somebody should be partner or not. It's so esoteric.
I just haven't streamed that many hours, and I don't do like structured content like you guys do here with like the New World Wednesday. Oh, but
That's Pirate Gaming.
your...
New World Wednesday's Pirate Gaming, Julius.
Oh yeah, New World Wednesday is Pirate Gaming.
No, this is the New World Order show you're on at the moment.
Oh wait, why am I on this one? Who the
Yeah.
fuck are these
Yeah,
guys?
wrong show!
Wait, what?
Forgets what show he's on.
They're not even studio loot? What do you...
Well, actually, we are.
We duped him into
Wow. It's funny you should say that.
Yeah, it's funny you should say that. Actually, we are.
Oh, okay. What?
Although that, I think we're aiming to have Redbird on to talk about our involvement with Studio Loot coming up here.
Brilliant.
Oh. Are you
So
getting
what is
on the New World fan site? That's the good shit right there, right?
That's
We're
one of the
gonna-
goals.
we're going to potentially have like a section of that site where we can put our like our content and stuff on it. So be
Wait,
nice.
Danny just got. Wait, Danny is embedded on the New World fan site now?
Is he?
I don't think they're
Yeah,
doing
he
embeds
is.
just yet. Did they?
No, they are. They've been doing embeds the entire time. That's why they were all like 2 to 3K average over the
Where is he
closed
embedded?
beta. At the bottom. It's right there. It's Danny, Redbeard, and BDLG
What in?
on newworldfans.com, yeah?
Yeah, it's the partnership in all between the three of them.
Oh really? Oh cool. Dana, Redbird, and BGLG. Yeah, interesting. Cool. Yeah, New World Fans is massive now. I mean, I use it. I really enjoy using the site. I mean, it's really.
Yeah.
I really like the guys behind it. Like I'm you know, I sub to them on Patreon, right? So that I'm only ever sub to one person on Patreon, and it's New World Fans. Just because I think they do a service, right? They provide a service to the community, a genuine service. I think, you know, what you get with that Patreon, it's a decent, you know, decent bang for your buck, and I just want to, you know, support people who do good things for the New World community.
I'm coming out in support of XYO.
That's me.
Yeah,
World
XYO is
Database
another
just
guy,
better in every way, shape, and form.
Well,
I don't
he's
think there's
another guy.
anything... Okay, and then here's the thing I don't like about New World Fans. Sorry for the drama, guys. It'll get you more views. Don't even worry about it. Okay? Them buying out newworld-map.com is probably the biggest impact to like freedom, to like a decent interactive map we've had in like New World ever. Because obviously the New World Fans map sucked because they don't want to put the time into it. So there was this other map called like newworld-map.com, and these guys put a lot of fucking time into it, and they did a lot of effort and shit like that. So the New World Fans guys were just like, we'll just buy it from you and then never update it again ever. So we just lost a map. We literally lost interactive maps. Like, this shit is never getting updated again because the New World Fans guys like refuse to fucking update anything. So there you go. That's my drama. That's why I hate them. And if they ever buy like New World, thankfully XYO won't sell New World Database. So like, we are actually going to have up-to-date tools, but we now need to wait for another developer to come in and make an interactive map before we have a useful interactive map. It's fucking terrible.
Look, I kind of disagree on that. You know, I think it's not that difficult to make, and I think, you know, if they do, like you say, not update it, then I think, you know, there will be a demand there, and I think somebody will fulfill that demand in the market. But I think, look, people go to New World Fans, right, for a variety of reasons, but I think one of the main reasons is because they have that map. And I think longer term, right, you know, you are going to want to go on a website like New World Fans because you want to see, okay, I want this lore page, or okay, I want to know where all the you know, salamanders are in Windsor, so I can search for it. And it's a good map, right? It's got good search functionality. But if they don't update it, and if they don't, you know, keep it up to date, then, you know, people will look for an alternative.
Yeah, well, I mean,
just
that's what they did, and people went to newworld-map.com, so they bought it. And then they said, we're going to update it. And then they said, we'll let the community update it. And then they said, actually, you know what? We'll get back to you on this one. We'll decide what we're doing with the map later. So competition came up, and then they bought the competition. That's what I dislike about it.
Well, welcome to capitalism.
Yeah.
I don't think the government's gonna step in and stop the purchase of a New World map over competition.
They're a monopoly, BigBear.
Oh, no.
Fight back against the monopolies, okay?
Something has badly broken on the.
No, McLeod's just doubled in size. That's it.
I'm humongous.
Oh shit! I can't turn my video on, so.
Oh,
can
you give him ability to turn that on?
Yeah, everyone should prefer New World Database because New World Database is actually up to date, whereas New World Fans don't up to date their.
I mean, that's the purpose of them expanding their staff so that they can do just that. So maybe hop off and hop off their back for a second here.
How about that, Duelist? Can you turn it on?
Okay.
Or is it still not letting you? Oh, there you go.
No, I can turn it on. Fuck no, I'm here to create drama. That's my
That's your
Okay.
MO.
All
purpose
your
in
clips
life.
are drama.
I need to do my drama stream tomorrow, where I talk about everything.
What
Getting-
what drama are you
getting
talking
yourself
about? Is
worked
it company drama?
Well, I'm
Is it
going to talk
AGS
about.
drama?
It's going to be everything. You have no idea. There's so much drama coming up. You'll just
I
have to
thought-
watch the stream and find out. Plus, I might be creating drama on the show.
Well, that's for sure.
knows?
You always do that.
There you go.
I guess I think we're in the pre-show still. Is that right?
We are, yes.
We are, yeah.
Great. So, how was your guys' open beta, by the way? Did you have a good time? Like, what did you get up to?
I was pretty chill.
Oh,
Like
it's
I
actually
actually
pretty
did a
good.
whole bunch of, I did a whole bunch of like open world PvP, which is kind of fun. Like,
That's nice.
you know, definitely smashed my head into a few sort of zergs and stuff like that.
That's brilliant.
Had some had some 2v1s, 3v1s. You know, some situations where you know, I started a fight and then like got zerged by a bunch of reinforcements, that kind of thing. And sort of basically almost every type of encounter essentially.
Very nice.
It was good.
Oh.
It was really cool.
Can I also say I want to retract some statements that I said before? New World Database now have their own interactive map, so just fuck everything about newworldfans.com. Never
Okay.
visit that website. Blacklist it from your ISP. Block all traffic, outgoing and ingoing. Yeah, okay. That's my new stance.
Cool. All right. Nice to know. Oh no, you said that too soon, because apparently New World Database map is missing hemp. And
doesn't-
if
it
you know
no, but it
anything
will be
about New
updated
World
before
players,
release.
they love their hemp.
XYO will... It's missing a lot of things at the moment, but he'll update it. And not only will he update it, this will all be data mined information, so it's good. You know, XYO actually had the open beta version of the game data mined like 5 days before... Well, not 5 days, but like a day before
5
the open
hours.
beta patch actually launched. Yeah.
Yeah. I know.
I don't know. I don't know how you have like two instances of me. One which is like
I
frozen.
don't understand why one's frozen, yeah. That's
Well,
the real
just
question.
get rid of the one that's frozen and then add a new one
Yeah.
that's not me, but Duelist. Be fantastic.
Yeah, that's a
New
new
World
one.
Database also has incorrect information, but what's that matter? New World Database does not have incorrect information because it's data mined information.
Here's a question for you guys. I don't know the answer to this, but do you know what guild XYO is in? Like, does he actually have a guild, or is he just like a lone adventurer?
I think he's a lone wolf.
Interesting.
No, don't reach out to him,
Interesting.
because I'll do a fuck demise stream as well. If you guys take away all of the talent from the industry, fucking keep it in your own company.
Oh, if only you know the full story. I guess you will over the next few days. Not a lot of
Hey,
that's
there we
public
go.
information yet, Duelist.
Not yet. Who did you take?
Who did we sign, right? Who did we sign? That's what you got to start saying now.
You guys aren't doing fucking contracts and shit. You don't have the money. Fuck you.
Okay.
Did you take
Alright.
fucking... Wait, you're not with newworldhub.gg, are you?
Newworldhub.gg?
Yeah.
Is this another one of your websites?
It's not my website, no.
How many
Which
websites
one?
do you have?
I don't know. I guess every website that ever speaks highly of me, apparently I own. So apparently I own this show too, because you're bringing me on, man, now to talk about PvP. So I'm the real shadow, behind the scenes owner of the New World
fucking-
Order show.
You're the fucking puppet master.
I am, yeah.
I think I've got the cameras all set up. I'm gonna pop
Wait, no.
back to the pre-show. A reminder that the cameras are rather thin because there's 3 of us for the actual show. You don't have to worry about being on camera at the moment, but I do have you prepped for the other scenes, so when we do actually start the show, we'll go through that.
Nice.
But yeah.
Just show my logo for me. That's enough.
Yeah, I've got the Discord chat bubbles up as well, so people can see who's talking and all that.
The other kind of thing that we did is we did prep a little planning doc of, you know, not of like, you know, it has nothing to do with like stuff that we want to go through, you know, line by line by line. Like it's just sort of essentially just topics that we can potentially just talk about. You know, if we want to, like, just randomly grab one of those topics and talk about it, sort of thing. But you know, we don't have to do all of them. We don't have to do, you know, half of them. We don't even need to do any of them if we want to. But like, if you guys want to you want to look at that in any way, shape or form, I can send you the link to it. Probably.
Can I ask a question before we start though?
Yeah.
10 days before New World is supposed to launch, what do you think is the likelihood of another delay?
I mean, I'm gonna go like I'm going like 90%, 10%, like 10% being delay and 90% being no delay.
Yeah, I mean, we know that they fixed the memory leak problem from the wars, which frankly that was like the most difficult one for them to actually fix.
Oh, really? Interesting.
You know, because I mean, wars were stable for the open beta.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they were super stable. It was actually really annoying.
So I mean, like from purely from a coding perspective, that was the most complex one. I know some people would argue that like the craziness with the what was it? Like the duping and stuff like that. That's all checks. Like that's, you know, easy enough to determine, hey, this transaction, you know, when transaction completes, run check that the same amount of gold still exists between both wallets, and you're done. Like, you know, delete any excess gold from the direction that it wasn't supposed to go. I mean, that's easy enough.
It didn't work though because there was another dupe in the open beta.
I'm just saying that that's relatively easy, like coding wise, to fix, comparatively to trying to figure out like where in the war system the memory leak was happening.
It's also
that's a much more complex issue to solve.
Yeah, it's also possible. It's also possible to also, you know, with a duping kind of thing, like with regards to, you know, all of the data that they get from the game, you will be able to track what has been duped, what hasn't been duped, and who duped it and where it's gone. At least you should.
Yeah, for sure. It's that telemetry data that they need to work on.
Yeah,
like it doesn't matter if there are dupes in the game if they can find all the gold that's being duped, track it down, ban the people.
They should. That's the thing. Like they should have the data and the metrics for that.
Yeah, I'm gonna say for NDA reasons, 0% chance of delay.
I mean, I just don't see that. I don't see a delay coming. Like,
no,
you know,
yeah.
I feel like they would be a lot more. They would be upfront about it at this point.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, they just don't have. I mean, hypothetically, you guys could probably guess what I'm talking about, but they're preparing for launch.
Yeah.
And all the deals and contracts they have in place right now are for the 28th.
Yeah.
And they're actively working on those deals and contracts at this moment.
Yeah. Everything that I've seen and heard from anybody is that, you know, they're full steam ahead. No reason to stop now. You know, they don't have a final build yet because of course they still have, you know, a week and a half here, but you know, there's no conceivable reason for them not to launch.
Yep. No, I agree with you actually. I think, you know, we are heading full steam, as you say, Ace, to a launch finally. And I think that will come as a big relief to a lot of us who've been around since the early days of New World, who've believed in the project from the get-go and seen the game grow from what it was 2 years ago to what it was in a year ago to what it has been now.
Yeah.
I
I remember a year and 9 months ago going, hey, you know, it'd be a good idea. Let's start up a talk show. And, you know, we've only got to make, like, 4 months worth of content? Like, you know, it'll be great. Like, you know, with everything they'll be releasing for this, it'll be easy. You know,
exactly.
a year and 9 months later, here we are still making content.
And I suppose for you guys, your expectations for New World must have been less then than they are now. Like, if you looked at 2 years ago, we were looking maybe tops like 100,000 players. Now I think the question is, how many millions of players are we looking at?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the preview event lowered a lot of expectations by a lot. You know,
yeah.
I think
which is strange
was...
because like when the closed beta came up, it was like it went fucking gangbusters, man.
Yeah.
Like
I don't think anybody expected 200,000 concurrent users in the closed beta. I don't even think Amazon expected 200,000.
Well, the game's fun. I mean,
like I remember like the night before, I was sitting there and like I sent Greg a copy of the subreddit stats, and I'm like, Greg, do you guys have a plan to build up your servers? You're gonna need more servers. You know, I can't, you know, for reasons I can't say the response, but like, you know, fundamentally, like, I don't think anybody expected what happened there. Like, you know, just an insane amount of people. And I think launch is going to be... I think launch has the potential to double or triple that. Because, you know, only so many people actually heard about the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the thing about the current version of the game is very simple. It's fun, and it's addicting. It's just a very good game to play. You can... We can talk about all like the issues it might have in like combat, and we can hypothecate about like, oh, should they do that or should they do this? But fundamentally, New World is coming at the right time with the right product to the right audience, and they're coming at it with something that really is a breath of fresh air. I mean, we talk about fresh, you know, in the MMO community, but you know, this is a breath of fresh air in terms of, you know, a genuinely different MMO that isn't afraid to go into areas that other MMOs haven't gone into before. They aren't afraid to experiment. They aren't afraid to do things that other games haven't. They aren't afraid to try things, to test new things. Sometimes it doesn't work, right? Sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes people don't like it. You know, we had the stagger system, for example. But, you know, where we've got to now, it's a very good base for a game. I can't wait to see where they take it.
I mean, we're definitely going to go into, you know, the stagger sort of system in the show, but like, I think my personal opinion on it is just like, I didn't mind the stagger system. The only issue was, you know, circumventing, you know, getting stun locked, for example, was you know, it was kind of esoteric. You didn't really, you know, it wasn't natural in terms of how you know, understood how to get out of it. Right, and that was the Achilles heel with it. That was the reason why so many people got so, you know, just aggravated at the scenario that they ended up in. Right, and
yeah,
I think that's one of the main things.
I think instead of 200 milliseconds to roll after being hit twice, you should have been given like a full second or something, and then it would have been more intuitive to people. Because the 2-hit breakout system was great and it works in other games. But
yeah, it should have also been something that there needed to be some way to train that for people. So like something like a tutorial to show you, you know, hey, once you take a couple of hits, you have a second to roll away. You know.
Oh yeah.
Now,
I mean, there are things.
I honestly think it plays better now. You know, like in the 1-on-1, it's a wash, but in like the 50-on-50, I think it plays so much better.
I think one of the nice things, you know, being people who have been playing the game for like 4, 5, 6 years, is we can all appreciate that they haven't updated like any of the tutorials or like made any work on the tooltips or anything like that. That really gives me like a lot of nostalgic feeling, you know? When I look at like New World Combat and I'm like, how would I teach this to someone? The first thing that comes to my head is a 3-button QuickTime event. So I'm glad that like that's the direction that they've gone in, personally.
Well,
And,
like we talked
just
about this on
wanna-
the stream
no
the other day,
improvements
but
needed.
like they do a really good job, you know, as you level up, changing the AI to kind of force you into learning things, or force you into either being punished to shit for not blocking and dodging, or you know, or you're just gonna chug potions and eat more food than you really should, for not learning how to block and dodge. You know,
Or you could use a great axe. Sorry, a hatchet or a life staff. I think they need tutorials. I think it's bad.
I kind of think they do need tutorials for certain things. Like, for example, you know, I have so many people. I have people constantly asking me like, "What the fuck is grit?"
Mm.
And it's kind of funny because it like when you go through some of the weapon trees and stuff like that, you get to some of the passives and stuff, and they do describe what grit is, but like you have to do that kind of search yourself to find it.
Yeah, it's funny because some abilities actually say, "Oh, grit means you're unstoppable and can't be attacked," and then other abilities are like, "Hey, this just adds grit." I don't know who's doing their tooltips, but I think, you know, for me, that's one of the things I'd want to change in New World if I had to change anything, because
So
you know it's all well and good having a tutorial system, right? But most people, you know, when they do the tutorial, they're rushing through it. They ain't got time to, you know, dodge 3 times and do heavy attacks to kill a mob. They're just going to run past it if they can do, right? I think other games have done it better, where they just sort of put you in the world and they say, right, go free, you know, learn for yourself. And that's kind of the attitude that I think New World's eventually taken, right? Where you are punished for not recognizing grit. And so the game now trains you to say, okay, if you see that white aura around a mob, you better make sure that you're out of range of that attack. Whether it's a melee attack, whether it's a ranged attack, make sure you're line of sight or out of melee range, right? So that's a way in which the game has embedded the tutorial, not in terms of any sort of guide, but just in terms of visual indicators that punish you for you know, not paying attention to what you're doing.
Yeah. I just want to quickly, Ace, I just want to quickly check something, right? Because probably have to move Jensrock out of the channel for the show.
we're gonna break all kinds
I
of
don't
stuff.
know. I'm kind of wondering whether that might break some stuff.
Oh, we're gonna do it live because it's 7 o'clock.
Oh shit. Okay, well I'm just gonna mute him definitely.
Actually, if you move Genfalk out, it won't matter because only the 2 of you are showing.
Oh, okay, awesome.
Yep, because we set that up right. So,
I'll
for everybody
I'll
else,
make sure to do
we're
that.
going to start the show the way we normally do with our intro video. So, we'll see you in a couple minutes.
Dun.
All right.
For sure. I mean, I'm
So we are rolling
I'm
in.
playing RuneScape in the background.
Thank you,
so-
everybody, for joining us for the NWO show, your source for everything New World. Today with us, we have TheeDuelist and BigBear as guest stars. The two of them are quite excellent at PvP. So just putting that out there. And of course, that fits very well with our actual our goal for tonight. We're going to be talking PvP and PvP scaling, as well as what we can anticipate in terms of potential changes to the meta, and where we see things kind of going from there.
Very nice.
So
Yeah, well, I just want to say, thanks guys for having me on. Really a privilege to be on this show, and great to be here discussing PvP.
awesome.
Yeah, for sure. It's our second time, and we're on here together again.
Yeah. It's always a good time to have you guys. We don't normally have guests on. So it's rare for us, but it is something that we are trying to do more often. For the audience, TheeDuelist and BigBear are both content creators around New World. They focus heavily in on PvP. And actually, you know what? I could just let you guys introduce yourselves. We'll start with Duelist here.
Yeah. I'm kind of a PvP guy. I do a lot of PvE and stuff like that now. I make a lot of guides and stuff. That's basically most of my content. I do a lot of like 5vxing, 1vxing, open world PvP and stuff like that. Used to be known for my 1v1 stuff. I was quite an infamous alpha player, and then in the preview as well, I won the 1v1 tournament, playing naked against all the best players in the world. Since then, Stagger has been removed. 1v1s aren't really skill-based anymore. We don't do that content on my channel anymore. We don't like 1v1s. They're not in the game as far as I'm concerned.
It's more fun to 1v5 though.
It's much more fun to 1v5 than to 1v1, I'll tell you that much.
or 5v 25 or 30, which I've seen sometimes in your videos. Absolutely crazy.
My favorite clip of the whole closed beta was killing that Zerg governor. Like it was Kenny the streamer, but I didn't know he was a streamer back then. He was streaming to like 5,000-6,000 people, and he had like 50 or 60 people like right next to him, and I took him out with all 60 of those people trying to kill me. I just sent him back to Weaver's Fen, and then he edited his stream and logged off. He was
very
not
nice.
very happy.
That is great.
Oh, and I play in the Pit community now, so with like a content creator server with now Baggins, Revan, Unbi, these kinds of people. So if anyone wants to play with us, you can head over there. They're known for other games. I think Now's a world champion World of Warcraft player or something. Baggins is a YouTuber. Revan
is
Revan?
like a top-ish Dark Souls player and stuff, and Unbi and stuff. So if you want to come play with us, you can play with us over there.
And obviously you have your own Discord and everything like that.
Nagura as well. Sorry, I forgot Nagura. Nagura is another World of Warcraft streamer.
Mm.
You forgot one last thing though, Julius.
What?
Do you want to take a guess?
This joke has been going on for too long, and too many people take it seriously now. So I'm not gonna say I'm the owner of NewWorldRanks.com, but I feel like that's where BigBear is going with this one.
Well, I thought if you're the top ranked player on NewWorldRanks.com, I thought you'd want to shout about it. But if you don't want to, I'll make sure to do that for you. So hi guys, I'm BigBear. I take slightly a different approach to New World, I suppose, as to Duelist. I still do a lot of 1v1s, do a lot of open world PvP, do a bit of streaming. But I lead Demise, which is one of the hardcore companies on EU. So we've been around for quite a while now in the New World space. We're a bunch of people who come from various different backgrounds. A few of us from the WoW private server community, speedrunning and classic WoW. We've also got quite a few FPS people, so a few sort of world champions in FPS games are joining us. We've also got a lot of people coming from competitive top ranks in a lot of different games. So between all of us, we formed Demise. We are very much focused on large scale PvP, so wars, outpost rush, things like that. So we've been spending a lot of time really sort of understanding the meta from a war perspective, understanding what sort of weapons we want to bring. I think we have a reputation as being one of the sort of most organized and certainly the guild with the highest recruitment requirements on EU. That's probably what we're known for. Me personally, I, as I said, governor of Demise. I am a mage. I like the fire staff, the ice gauntlet. Been playing that for quite a while now. There's a few clips of me actually killing duelist in the open world on my my YouTube channel. If you're interested in that, I'm a bit of a meme when it comes to PvP videos. So yeah, I enjoy doing that. But I think that's everything, unless I've missed anything.
I just want to say that that is a really fun video, like of you two taking each other out at the same time. It's awesome.
And the mob finishes off. That's just the best thing ever. It's like we're both the same level, using same weapons. We die at the same time, but it's a win for me because the mob killed Duelist first.
Oh, yeah. So for people in chat, I just linked both of their channels. Please go, throw them a follow. Support their channels as well. Want to make sure that they get something for coming on the show here. So
yeah, spread the love.
Cheers,
absolutely.
guys.
And of course, if you haven't followed here, make sure to hit the follow button here.
Yeah.
So
Obviously,
PvP
as well. I didn't mention this, but widely considered to be the best New World player in the world. I'll just throw that one out. And selling guides now, so subscribe to my Twitch. There you go. If we're pumping out content.
Oh, you're selling guides now. Okay.
Oh yeah, you get access to this amazing spreadsheet if you subscribe to my Twitch with Twitch Prime or just normal subscriptions. You get access to all this good stuff, and we got more guides coming in the future. Got a Patreon coming up. Got lots of cool stuff out there.
Very nice.
Good times. Good times.
We also have
do we want to go with
massive collection of guides and stuff on our Discord if people are interested in joining the Discord. So
as well as some sort of cheat sheets and general community created sort of infographics and stuff like that.
All right. So now that we've done the classic influencer roundtable moment of Sharefest, let's talk about killing people.
Never thought I'd hear that before.
Yeah. So obviously, like the game, I don't know how far back we want to go in terms of talking about New World, but we might as well start at the closed beta. And talk about what we saw there, then what we saw in the open beta, and then what we're planning or looking to see or hoping to see for changes and balances for launch. So let's start with closed beta. How did you guys feel closed beta was for overall balance? When we can even start in on the PvP scaling discussion here. That's fundamentally the big change here.
So he wants to start big. Go for a big.
Yeah, so I think the whole concept of PvP scaling is something that maybe is a bit alien to your average MMO player. It strikes to the vision of what you want New World to be, and I think it's a disconnect between New World wanting AGS to be wanting New World to be a skill-based PvP game, where at level 20, if they play well, if they land their abilities, will be able to kill a level 16. Now, the difference is, and I guess for FPS players, that's fine. FPS players wouldn't care about that. That's great. If you're a Dark Souls player, you wouldn't care about that. You'd be fine with that system. But MMO players, I think, take a slightly different approach. And MMO players take this approach. They say, well, I've put in all the hours in improving my levels, in getting better gear, in getting the best weapons, in getting more levels of my weapons. That should count in skill. MMO players view the grind as a part of their own skill. And I'm guilty of this too. I come from that sort of background. I don't want to get stomped by someone who maybe is a better player than me in World of Warcraft, but just has a lower level than me, or just yeah. What I want, right, as a World of Warcraft player was to stomp low level players, and that's where the MMO scene has been for a while. And I think the disconnect, I think, in the community came from bringing together FPS players, Dark Souls players, MMO players, and throwing them and expecting them to all agree on what the systems should be, because they have different values. They view skill through different lenses, and it's both a strength and a weakness of New World that is the case. It's a strength because New World is able to bring loads of different people before, from loads of different perspectives into an MMO. And that for me, it's the first time I've really had to interact with like pro FPS people, and I'm having to learn on a daily basis, like, okay, that person is great in that FPS game or whatever. But you also have to think about the MMO crowd. And the MMO crowd, I think, are in the majority here wanting to come to New World. And they're going to want the PvP scaling to be, if you're higher level, you have the advantage. But the question is, how much of an advantage is that for your level?
Yeah. So, Duelist, like, how do you feel? What's your view, your take on, the combat system as it stood in the closed beta?
I mean, I think you can make the PvP scaling like a little bit stronger and advantage to the lower level players than in the closed beta. I think higher levels still had like a little bit too much of an advantage. I think the MMO players who just want like gear and stuff are a little bit cringe, but there are two possible solutions to this, okay? Because the thing is, if you implement it, if you take away PvP scaling or do any of these things, what's going to happen is people aren't going to flag for PvP anymore, okay? So there are two possible solutions to this. Solution number one is gear drops on death. So the gear that you're risking in PvP is you're actually risking in PvP. So if you kill somebody in better gear than you, you can get better gear. Therefore, you can compete. This is what we've seen in like every other like game that's successful in like Albion and like Rust or whatever, right? And then the second solution we have is you can have PvP forced servers, which just force people to flag because they admit the game isn't enjoyable. Nobody likes PvP. Nobody wants to flag when it's like this. But we have a couple of MMO players who really, really want to grind, and they want people to punish. So we will make servers so that we can force people to participate in a system that they don't enjoy. Those are the two possible solutions. But if we're not going to implement either of those two solutions, then we shouldn't get rid of PvP scaling. Because otherwise people just aren't going to flag, and I wouldn't have PvP. And I quite enjoy PvP. Like, that's just that's my opinion on it at the end of the day. I don't think it's a very biased opinion with the solutions. Obviously, my opinion on the scaling is pretty biased, but I don't think there's any way in which you can say that you can get rid of PvP scaling and people will still be flagged in the open world if you don't implement one of those two things.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I do kind of see where you're coming from. I kind of see it as sort of like a kind of trying to find a midpoint that is agreeable to most people between like three different kind of pillars, really. Allowing like mechanical skill and reaction time to actually play a significant part in whether you live and die. Obviously, sort of allowing the progression of a player to actually influence what whether you're able to take on one or multiple people, and kind of like there's another sort of one which is sort of interesting, which is whether you can take on multiple people, multiple low level people as a high level person, because the time invested in creating a level 60 character is quite significant. And if it just takes like an additional one person, or like an additional one level 20 to basically make the fight uneven. I kind of feel like that is sort of an unfair advantage when it comes to like one versus many fights, as it were. So being able to kind of redress that balance, so it's not just a case of the game ending up in a situation where there's groups of of players with good skill that all they do is just go from server to server to server, making level 15, level 20 characters and just zerging groups, and basically completely negating anybody's like long-term sort of progression on their character, just because they can go around in packs of 10 or packs of 20. Like, I like to see the capacity of like someone like the Duelist to be able to take out whole bunches of them, but still allow the capacity of a degree of skill to be involved in allowing or letting people determine whether they live or die. If they're just gonna like run in and flail on the Duelist, like, expect to die, is my opinion anyway.
Oh yeah.
Sure.
So, I think I think the closed beta, in my opinion, was probably the most balanced that we've seen. In term, like, I don't think it was right on. I think that it still needed tweaking. Because there were instances where a high level player wouldn't deal as much damage as a low level player. In like against each other, and that didn't seem right. So there was obviously a little bit of scaling that like needed to change, but at its core, it still wasn't exactly balanced. Yeah. So at its core, it also wasn't balanced. Fundamentally, like, just the way that the weapon attributes and skills work out, it's not balanced for a new player to fight. Like a level 1 can't fight a level 60 and expect to do very well without any abilities, compared to with a level 60 with a full skill tree, fully unlocked. Like,
but having said that, Ace, that there is one thing here that I think needs to be part of this conversation. It's con scaling.
Yes.
So for the audience who might not be aware of this, 1 point of constitution at level 1 gives you the same amount of health, 24 health, as it does do at level 60. There is no level scaling whatsoever with constitution. And so constitution at early levels is insane, right? If you just go full con in PvP and you apply the scaling to that, you are ridiculously overpowered, because actually on a scaled level, you'll have more HP than level 60. Look, I think level scaling, I agree with what you guys have said in terms of the closed beta system was probably better. I think it makes sense because you want wars and all the content to be, yes, you want that skill curve, that level curve to matter. You want a level 60, average level 60 to be better than the average level 50, 40, 30, but you don't want them to be significantly better, then it just becomes a one-shot. I think what you want is a system that also scales constitution with level. And then if you had that with the closed beta system, I think you would have found a system that was a bit more balanced, felt a bit more right. But, when you're scaling some things but not others, you're always likely to run into problems. And this is one of those examples.
Yeah. Well, and one of the things that I think a lot of people discount in the discussion for balance here is that some people just don't put points into Constitution, which is just bad. Like, hardcore, that's just bad. Like,
sure.
Well, they want to be
health in New World is so vital that you need points in con.
So it comes from this kind of like sort of like misplaced kind of idea of like they want to be like a complete ninja and like essentially never get hit, and their attacks basically doing an absolute crap ton of damage, right? That's their kind of like that's their sort of like fantasy, right?
But this also leads to people getting two-shot because they have no health.
Yeah.
they have no health and they're in light armor, so there's no mitigation there.
Yeah, you used to be able to do that back in the preview when like the stagger system existed, so you could deal damage without taking damage, but you can't deal damage without taking damage anymore in New World. Like you're just going to take damage. Like that's why this is their way of making it gear based and level based, because you have to take damage to participate in PvP. There is no way to hit someone without them having an opportunity to hit you back, and there's nothing you can do to mitigate that damage other than like pure mitigation through gear. That's the only thing. There is no skill that will mitigate damage in PvP.
I
There's
slightly
no amount of skill.
I slightly disagree with that, because I think the skill comes in knowing what abilities to dodge and what abilities to actually take. Now,
Yeah.
if somebody comes at you with a stun, right, and you're a low level player, you should think, I'm not going to worry too much about that. It's not going to do that much damage to me. If they come at you with a fireball, you should probably roll out of it. If they come at you with an execute, you should run the fuck away from it. There are different abilities that do different levels of damage here. And I think good players will understand and be able to tell, right, that's the ability I want to dodge. That's the ability I can afford to take. The system hasn't, the system has moved on, as you say, from being a stagger system where you could, in theory, avoid all damage. But now it's much more tactical. Now it's much more saying, I can't win every fight, but what I can do is I can pick and choose my battles so that I win the war.
The only problem with this system is it's like let's say 10% of someone's damage comes from execute over a fight. So if you dodge their execute, you've taken 10% less damage, but their gear is 11% better than yours, so you lose. Let's say all of their abilities are 30% of their damage over the duration of the fight. Their gear is 31% better than yours, so you dodge all of their abilities, you land all of yours perfectly, you do your perfect rotations, everything's played perfectly, but the unavoidable damage, their gear 31%, they win. Like that's what I say when I say it's gear based. Obviously, you still have the opportunity to dodge like high damaging abilities and stuff like that, but most of the time, the gear discrepancies between people are so large that like it just doesn't matter. Like I'm not winning fights where in a 1v1 scenario where I wouldn't win it even if I tanked every one of their abilities. Like you would have to be on the exact same faction gear at the same levels, like within like 2 or 3 levels from each other, with the same gems, with the same weapons, for any of this stuff to matter in the current version of the game, because gear is just so important. Like if you're in level 25 faction gear and somebody else is in level 40 faction gear, you can dodge all of their abilities and then you'll still lose the fight. Like that's the only problem with that statement.
Unless you're using a life staff.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I think we're all in agreement. Life staff needs a nerf.
Wait,
specifically for self.
No. Right. So, and I'll give you a reason why the life staff shouldn't be nerfed. Right. If we're kind of going down this path of essentially gear is exceptionally important when it comes to sort of determining whether you're going to win a fight or lose a fight, right? Then essentially what you're kind of saying is like, the meta in this sort of like in choosing which gear, kind of it gets to basically be truncated down into essentially some very, very specific sort of sets, right? Because otherwise you're going to be losing against a particular archetype,
sure.
Right? Particular type. And so the reason for not nerfing the life staff is the life staff as a secondary weapon opens that back out again against a player who doesn't have a life staff.
Yeah, I gotta say I 100% agree with that, and I think the life staff should just be able to out heal all light and heavy attacks in the game. Ability damage across the board should go up. So you should be able to burst a life staff down to 0% life with your abilities, because the ability damage should just go up, and then the game becomes more about dodging abilities and using your abilities correctly, rather than what it is at the moment, where if I have better gear, it doesn't matter how I play because my guaranteed damage will finish off the other person anyway. If the life staff was in that kind of place, then I'd be okay with that. But unfortunately, at the moment, abilities don't do enough damage to burst through a life staff unless you've got like 5+ fire staff users,
And I think that's
all coordinating their abilities.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Like you still need those like those super crazy archetype kind of things that aren't using a life staff to be able to cut through all of that, right? Otherwise, there's no point, not having a life staff, essentially.
Sure. It would be cool if life staff gave shields, temporary shields instead of
that would be cool.
Health. That would be
on this point
cooler,
specifically, Duelist. I do think they need another healing / support weapon, and I think they need that for 2 reasons. First of all, there's a dearth of weapons that scale off of focus. Of course, you have your amber focus gems that you can slot in, but there's the life staff that scales off of focus, and that's it. But it doesn't really feel like there's many other support weapons, and in this game that we want to expand the meta in, there needs to be more support options. And I guess we can come onto this more later, because there's also a lack of CC, there's also a lack of everything, basically. You have a lot of damage weapons, and that's about it. And then the weapons that offer damage and something else are some of the best weapons. But in terms of life stuff, I'd really like to see like a gauntlet. Not the Void Gauntlet. I think the Void Gauntlet is like a more offensive support weapon, but a more defensive support weapon that would scale off of focus is something that this meta needs, right? It needs a weapon that, as Duelist says, gives shields. It needs something back like the bubble we had in the preview, that just, it was there for a few seconds, stopped range attacks from reaching into a point. Really sort of strategic ability that actually added a lot of depth to the game. More abilities like that give more support and provide not necessarily just healing, but more like, I guess, like a World of Warcraft Discipline Priest, for example. That's kind of where I'm coming from when I talk about the need for extra support there.
So defensive support weapon, like, do you mean sort of like if, and this is like, going into sort of what if sort of territory, right? But like, if you had instead of mitigation kind of sort of healing or mitigation kind of specials that you can dish out to your friendlies, but like reflective kind of damage. So they don't take damage, but anybody who deals damage gets that damage dealt back to them, sort of thing.
Yeah, I think you could do it in many ways. I think you could do just a weapon that would give buffs. Maybe it's, and this is kind of what they're doing in the Void Gauntlet, right? They're experimenting a bit with a weapon that would give sort of zones of control that would give the enemy team debuffs or your team buffs, which I like, which adds that offensive element. The abilities I'd like to see on a more defensive support weapon would be the shields, as I spoke about, where you throw a shield out and it, absorbs X, damage, 1,000 damage, 2,000 damage. They've already got the sort of speed of light in the game. We know that they've got that. Maybe that could see a return. They've also got the bubble in the game. I'd love to see that make a return. They've got a bunch of abilities here that, maybe they could have some small, healing over time effects. Maybe they could just do buffs. Maybe it's plus 20 constitution to your party. That's something they haven't experimented much with, but giving 20 constitution for 30 seconds to everyone in a certain area, it would mean that, like, oh, that's a good weapon, it's a must-have, and it diversifies the meta. It wouldn't be that you would want 50 of that weapon, but it would mean that in a competitive team you'd want some of that weapon. And moving more in that direction offers more sort of strategic gameplay. It sort of diversifies the sort of viable weapons. It offers more depth to competitive gameplay. And I think the game, as it is currently, it can do without that sort of weapon, right? Let's be honest. It doesn't need a full sort of suite of support weapons. A healing staff is enough for now. And I think, in terms of where they're going with the Void Gauntlet, and who knows what's down the line, the fact that we're now seeing more sort of support style weapons, I think is really beneficial, because it means that New World fundamentally understands what the meta is and what they need to do to enhance it.
I think one of the real problems is we do actually have support weapons in the game, but the problem is they do too much damage. So, for example, like if I were to create a support weapon, I would probably just create the Ice Gauntlet, but I would give it like a fifth of the damage. Like Ice Shower, very, very good for supporting. Wind Chill, very, very good for supporting. Entombed, again, it's just amazing. Like even the little pushback flamethrower thing you have on the Ice Gauntlet. The Ice Gauntlet is a support weapon, but for some reason, it's a damage weapon. So you get like passives that just don't make much sense. Like you have like the Wind Chill ultimate, right? Gives you 35% additional damage while people are under your frozen effect. That shouldn't be damage. That should be like 35% longer slows or 35% longer roots or extra slow, right?
Yeah.
Which is where like the game really should be, because if we take the Ice Gauntlet and we take the Warhammer, these are two good supporting items, but both of them are too pushed towards damage. The Warhammer is so close with its ultimate ability that slows everybody for like 2 or 3 seconds or something. If that just lasted a little bit longer, if that was a 5-second slow, the Warhammer would be a very competitive support weapon. But again, like they want to give everything damage. I don't know why the 2 support items in the game that have all of their abilities are support abilities, why they need to be competitive in DPS with every other weapon in the game. And I don't know why the Life Staff needs to be a top 5 DPS weapon either. Like,
yeah, I think the Life Staff really needs to get the hammer on offensive damage.
Yeah,
like, you can be good at healing. You don't need to be good at attacking stuff. I think one of the challenges is leveling that equipment requires you to do the PvE, which requires it to do the DPS.
But the problem is you don't
really
even weapon.
Yeah.
You don't even get weapon level XP through like PvE that much anymore, unless you're level 60, and you could do elite zones together.
Mm-hmm.
It's so difficult to. It's like you need what, like 200,000 weapon XP to like hit level 20 in an item, and you kill like a quest mob, and it's like, here's your 10 weapon XP, unless you use 2 weapons, and then we're only rationing you 5 XP. You know, just kill a few 100,000 of them to level up like a single item and stuff. I don't know why they changed the XP on that kind of stuff. But,
the point you raise is a good one, right? Because we know for a long time that in the preview, for example, the amount of XP you got as a character was equal to the amount of weapon XP you got. And over that time, we've seen the XP be nerfed and the weapon XP be nerfed, but we haven't seen there be enough alternative ways of getting that weapon XP. Quests don't give weapon XP. You know, it is, as you say, just from killing mobs, but actually killing mobs is now, you know, a smaller component of the game than it was previously in the preview. So, you know, I would love to see, for example, expeditions give weapon XP. To say that, okay, mobs, you know, that you kill in dungeons, they actually give triple, quadruple the amount of weapon XP. And so, if you wanted to get a massive boost on your weapon XP, great. You go to an expedition, you go to Amrin. You know what? That would really make it so that people would actually want to go to dungeons more. It would mean that people would be like, okay, guys, I need a few more weapons in my weapon levels, my hammer. Anyone want to run the depths? Because at the moment, yeah.
It would also you know, put a lot of you know, like it'll give a lot of crafters as well the capacity of the you know, essentially the desire for all of those was it the tuning kind of things to actually, you know, for people to actually make money in that regard as well.
Sure. Yeah, I think they should just steal from other games and like just put in general weapon experience, and when you get to level 20 in a weapon, 50% of your experience is converted to general weapon XP, so the overcast level, and then you could put that general weapon XP, you could put it into any weapon you want. Quest should also give general weapon XP, so you can put it into any weapon you want. I don't like the current weapon thing, and if you don't, because currently if you don't grind mobs, so if you don't do like solo grinding or elite or elite area grinding or PvP, and you level to level 60 doing side quests, main story quests, crafting, like all these other options in the game that are available, portals, expeditions, like all of this stuff, I don't know if you actually get a single level 20 weapon by the time you hit 60. The weapon XP in the game right now is very, very starved to very particular areas in the game. And then the other side of that coin is if you're doing elite areas, if you're doing solo farming or you're doing PvP, you'll have 6 or 7 weapons at level 20 by the time you hit 60. And you can even get your level 20 weapons in your 2 ones that you want to use to level up. You can get that by level 25, by level 30, if you're doing it in certain ways. It's just very odd the way that they force you to do certain activities right now.
So, I mean, you mentioned elite areas, and not many people on the server will be doing elite areas. I think most people will be leveling fairly normally. But you don't mention PvP experience, which actually is the elephant in the room here, because that snowballs, right? If you get a few kills, if you're a good player, you can get 2 level 20 weapons before you're level 50. You can get, just by
before you're level
PvP,
30.
Open world, if you have a very high win rate, you're going to get buckets and buckets of weapon XP. But that's only going to be for a minority of people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Probably only like 10 to 100 people on the server. I just want quests to give you general weapon XP. And the general weapon XP can just be used on any weapon at all, and it's got like a 50% conversion rate. It's the only thing that makes sense. If they're gonna nerf mob XP like they have since the preview, and they seem to be sticking to the system now. So, yeah, that's got to be it. You can't expect people to do PvP, and you can't force people to do solo mob grinding or elite mob grinding when if there's more than one person at the solo spot, you can't do it anymore. Or if there's more than one team of 5 people at the elite spot, you can't do it anymore. Like, if you're going to create an MMO with specific features that stop you from playing with other players, you can't gate all of your content behind those features. Like, I don't know why in the first place they're like, you know what I love in MMORPGs? I love the solo player experience. Let's make it so if there's more than one person anywhere, you want to literally just log off the game because it's so frustrating to deal with. Another person wants to play New World in the same area as me. I don't know who came up with creating these game mechanics, but that's what we have in the game currently. And you can't gate weapon experience behind that mechanic. Like, let us play with other people, please, God.
Yeah, because I do definitely see where your frustration is there for sure, man. Like, it's almost like they removed weapon XP from certain areas because they were concerned about the fact that if weapon XP was available there, people would just utilize those mechanics or that kind of area, areas like respawn ability to just smash through weapon XP levels, but like removing it entirely and like gating the majority of weapon XP in behind what you're gonna say, like mobs and elite points of interests. It does in this really kind of almost insane kind of way actively promote playing in areas where other people aren't playing. And it's like, well, that's the opposite of what you want for an MMO. You want them together. You want them to interact because that's where the interesting shit happens.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it feels really bad being in an MMO and somebody's like, "Hey, can we come play with you?" And you're like, I mean, please stay the fuck away from me. I don't want you like anywhere in my general vicinity because, god damn. This game becomes frustrating when there's more than like 3 players in an area. 5 is like really pushing it. It's really bad. And we had like many times on stream where we'd have like people show up and they want to play the game with us, and it's like, I don't want to be a dick, but
You need your
being
experience.
here literally cuts our XP rates by 30 to 40%. Like just one person being there. And if 2 people show up, then we might as well just not be playing the game anymore. Like we need to leave. And
Yeah.
for a game that prides itself with its Twitch integration, it's really harsh to keep telling our audience members like, hey, we appreciate you playing the game, we appreciate you doing these other things with us, but please, like, go away, like, leave, like, we can't have you here. It's
it seems
really
so
isn't great, especially like the Twitch integration with the LoJack as streamer type auto tagging for your stream really doesn't lend itself to hiding from people unless you just straight up turn all of the integration off, which I don't think anybody wants that either.
Yeah, when you spent all that time, like you spent all that time, all that development, like creating those integration features, like it is, and then create the scenario where people don't actually, like, actively do not want to use them. It's kind of it just seems so counterproductive.
Yeah, because the only place in which you can use, in which this game is an MMO, literally the only place which is an MMO where you can bring as many people as you want, is to do PvP faction missions.
Corrupted Breaches as well.
Oh, no, Corrupted Breaches has a limit of 25 players on it as well, I think. There's some kind of arbitrary limit that I remember them putting in a patch note before, where only the top certain amount of people can get stuff in Corrupted Breaches. Like, forts are limited to 25 people from your faction. Wars are limited to 50 people. All other aspects in the game are limited to like 3 to 5 people, if not a single person. It doesn't feel like much like an MMORPG to me in many aspects of the game. It's just really weird development.
I mean these arbitrary restrictions. I kind of hope, this is a bit of a wing and a prayer, but like I kind of hope that Amazon Games are haven't forgotten about the fact that they've put those arbitrary limits there, and the fact that we're not in a sort of a testing environment anymore. We're coming up to release now, right? They've increased the server capacity, from the closed beta to the open beta, and they're going to be doing the same again from the open beta to release. So you would kind of expect that these arbitrary restrictions that they've had in place, I don't know, what was it, since closed beta or since preview? I'm not entirely certain.
Yeah.
Since preview,
they put them in since preview. Yeah,
that they should be kind of like releasing the fucking purse strings on this, right?
Yeah, but the problem is we didn't have server issues in preview, but they put all of these restrictions in because people were grouping up for content in preview, and AGS didn't like that. AGS said, we don't like how people are running like portal chains. We don't want that to happen because if you have too many people doing it, it's too easy. And we don't like people doing open world areas because if you have too many people doing it, it's too easy. But the solution to that isn't punish people for playing the game together. The solution is either up the spawn rates or make it instanced. Like, allow us to go make another instance of this area.
Just scale the content.
If you
have 5
scale the
people,
content, increase the dynamic spawns, the more people that are there, add higher level and more enemies.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, high level, more enemies. They also have, especially for the corruption portals, they have this whole area is is basically sort of surrounded by is engulfed in a field of corruption that does damage to you. Like, if you have more people there, scale that up dynamically, right? If there's too many people running it, right, it should scale up to the point where like that corruption, that amount of corruption around there, like, is just asinine. You cannot be in there, with that amount of people.
Yeah, and the other thing is, like somebody said in chat, like you don't have these problems once you've got max XP and max weapon levels, right? And the answer to that is kind of no, because the open world bosses also drop things, and the amount of people that can get a drop is limited. I think it's limited to like 10 people or something, but once you have more people than that, like, some people just aren't getting drops anymore. And then you'd be like, oh, okay, so New World is a great player for like solo MMO experience. No, New World sucks to play as a solo player. You have to play in a very specific group of like 3 to 5 people. You can't have less than 3 people, and you can't have more than 5 people. Or the experience, it's like a bell curve of your enjoyment of the game. It's just really, really odd. It's very odd.
And especially trying to keep more than 3 to 5 people at the same point mission wise. Like being able to do the quests at the same time is a nightmare. Like just trying to get like common points for people to join up with each other is very, very challenging. Even in a group, we were running a group of almost 70 during the closed beta, and basically like, okay, when you hit 12, group up with the people and go run the hermit quest line, and like
the amount of starting and stopping you had to do with that just basically, that's the thing. It's a case of like, when you're stopping and waiting around for people, like, it's not exactly enjoyable, right? So
yeah, and they changed the spawns on main quest mobs, which is really, really nice now. So they spawn like straight away as long as they don't get stuck in a rock or something.
There are a couple of exceptions, and there's like I think Henry down by the water is still bugged and takes I think he's on like 8 minutes.
Honestly,
but this is the thing. It's not a main story quest, so all the side story guys, they take forever. Oh wait,
well, the Forge Master kept getting stuck on like retreating.
Ezra was. Yeah.
Which, like, for anybody who's wondering, that's actually a really quick fix, programming-wise, in terms of like how they can actually like code that out. So like, it's not a challenge. Like that's not actually like something that's that big a deal. You just set an automated timer that if an NPC is retreating for more than 30 seconds, it just despawns and respawns instantly.
The problem with that is back in the preview, they used to have it so if a mob was clipping into an area that it shouldn't, it would die after like 1 or 2 seconds. The problem was, I mean, I might have taken advantage of this a little bit, but there are certain areas where you can grab a whole bunch of elite mobs and then just clip them into a wall and they instantly die. Like there are a couple of stuff like that. But the solution to that definitely wasn't remove the system altogether and just make it so if a mob's clipped in a wall, call a GM and they'll respond in like 2 weeks. Wait for the server restart.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of
It's almost like they were halfway through kind of redeveloping that system when like they were like, okay, this is good enough for the open beta, and it was like, is it? But I mean, they're close. I think even if it launched close to what it is, for the open beta here, I think that like the respawn rates were better. I think the XP sharing obviously needs a fix. It needs, it should be encouraged to work with a group. It should be disencouraged to work with, more than 25 people. And, as you work with more people, the map should fluctuate and dynamically control the amount of enemies that spawn and the difficulty of those enemies. If you've got 25 people in an area, even if it's a level 25 area, it doesn't matter. You've got way more DPS than those mobs can take. It should start spawning gold mobs, and reward you for that as well.
Sure. I just want to go back to the system where you get full XP regardless of how many people there are, but you need to tag a certain amount of the mob. You need to have a certain amount of contribution in order to get XP. And you can group up in a party, and as long as everybody in the party can get like 10%, or like the party as a whole deals 10% of that mob's health, then everybody in that party should get full XP regardless of anything else going on. That just seemed like the better system. That limits it, so the max you can have is 10 parties. Well, 9 parties if you're splitting all of these tags like to a hair. but realistically, you're only going to see like 15 to 20 people being able to share XP in an area. It just worked back then. I don't know why they changed that system. It just
No,
worked.
I agree with you. I mean, I think the issue was that 10%, 15. I think they had 15%, didn't they? I think that was too low.
Something like
I think
that.
you needed it more like 20, 30%. That's what I would have intuitively sort of put it at. I mean, you know, I think that the whole sort of dynamic stuff, it's good, but I just think like for the problem that there is, it seems like an overkill solution. That's just my opinion, really. And I
That's
think
fair.
you know the solution that Julius has sort of said. I think it's a nice sort of quick, easy fix that just makes a lot of intuitive sense. And it would also act as like a very sort of hard cap on okay how many groups can actually sort of get the XP from that mob. So if it's at 30%, then realistically only sort of tops 15 people. And actually that doesn't need to be the same for every mob. That could change. It could mean that for gold elite mobs it's 10-15%. It could mean that for average mobs in the world it's like 30. So that there is a bit more clever thinking I think you could do around that, rather than just sort of just change the system now and we're gonna punishingly do it so that players are actively disencouraged from grouping up and playing together, because that's a dangerous path for an MMO to go down.
Well, so this actually rolls into a whole different discussion. We've got the 5-player expeditions. We've got the 50-player invasions. On the PvP side, we've got 1v1 to 1v or to 5v5 duels. You've got the 20v20 via Outpost Rush, and you've got the 50v50 wars. But there's a glaring gap in the PvE side between 5 and 50.
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
So there's a content opportunity there for instanced combat that, hey, larger raids, get that 15 to 25 people range of, dungeon-based combat that, is substantial.
So the interesting thing, like, with this is like they I'm sure they're going to go like either one or two ways, right? I think one way is a little bit more logical with what they have at the moment than the other. It's either they increase the size of the amount of people that you can have in a single group, right? Because right now, obviously, we have 5, and that works at the moment with the current expeditions. And they've got it to work, when it comes to 50 on 50s, because we all, we have multiple groups of 5 in those 50 on 50s. So either they increase the sort of the amount of people that you can have in a group, which I don't think they're going to do, or they can start creating creating an augmentation of the current expeditions, where you can have multiple 5-man groups in an expedition at one time.
I just want to say that they do have that in the game already. Through the Twitch integration, you can call your followers or subscribers into a Twitch army and make a 50-man group. It just wasn't working.
Oh,
so on this point, McLeod, I think that A's makes a very good point in that the PvE feels like it's very small scale, feels like it hasn't had the attention it deserves. And I think that's fine for the game releasing, right? It's absolutely fine for a game to release without raids. But we have to face up to the facts and reality that we're bringing a lot of different people from a lot of different backgrounds. Some people are here for the PvP. Some people are here because they genuinely like the PvE content and they're interested in the lore. The reality is people are going to expect raids from any MMO that wants to be the top MMO on the market. AGS want this to be $1 billion franchise. I'm 100% confident they're looking at raids, right? Because they've got to, because every single top MMO has a thriving PvE scene. And there's lots of opportunities you can have in that space. There's loads of routes you can go down. The only thing I would really sort of say on that is that it needs to be decided what their sort of preferred raid limit is, whether it's, you know, the small sort of 20-man, you know, small and mid-sized raid, or the much larger 50-man raid. They've got the capability to do these 50-man instances up to 100 people. So why not do the larger scale raids? Why not bring that back? You know, like, I mean, raiding at the moment, it shrunk down, right, in a lot of games from being much more larger scale, from like the early days where like EverQuest and the early sort of World of Warcraft raiding was 40 people, and they dropped down to 25, and then 20, and then 10, and it got smaller and smaller. But that sort of large scale sort of, you know, raiding aspect, I want to get back to that. I loved that, you know. I loved being in a big community of people, felt like you were your own army, felt like you were going to, you know, kill a dragon. That was terrific, right?
Yeah,
Just the immersion that you got from that alone was enough for, you know, to keep me playing, to keep me hooked. I really hope that New World does raids, and I really hope that they are of a sufficient difficulty level, and you know the difficulty level is also something that needs to be considered, because you know, in its current state, a lot of the expeditions are too easy for people that know what they're doing, but too hard for casual players. And I'll tell you what, right? So a bunch of Demise people wanted to rush Amarin Expedition, right? So within like the third hour of the server, we were in Amarin Expedition at level 19. I'll tell you what, it was tough, right? It was tough, and we had to work well to get it done, but it was fun. And we all came out of it being like, wow, you up the difficulty, and these expeditions are so much more fun. So much more fun if you actually up the difficulty. And it was great to see them moving in that direction. But there needs to be an appreciation that not everyone is going to be at that level. Not everyone is going to want some super duper difficult content. And they need to vary the level of difficulty. And they need to let players select that difficulty level.
Yeah.
So on that topic, we've actually discussed that in the past, and there is a potential that Amazon is looking at adding in a difficulty level kind of adjustment. The going name that I heard it under is mutations, which fundamentally would change the expedition to be, you know, a different level cap. So, you know, running at a level 25, running at level 35, 45, 55, and 65. So that basically all of the expeditions could be run at a very high level. I think that would potentially solve some of that in terms of like adding some risk there, and it would give like level 60 players a reason to run Amarin again.
Yeah.
Because once you get out of the level, like the only reason to go in there is that you're trying to like plow somebody else through the content. Which I've done.
Potentially.
You know.
I think the only problem with that is like there are two people in the New World community that I like hate with a passion. Only because they complain so much.
Hopefully it's not me and Ace.
And they
I was about to say, am I on that list?
Yeah, and they get stuff changed, and those two people are Lifestaff users and goddamn crafters. Okay.
Oh no.
Because they just want all of their shit to be so OP. There's no reason to run dungeons at the moment where you can just craft the best gear in the game. Like, why would you ever do a dungeon? I don't understand. You don't even get gear from dungeons that's as good as crafting. In crafting, it's like, I like put a couple of resources in, and like you can get your crafting buffs up, so you can craft tier like gear score 595 to 600 gear score. You can guarantee the best perk in the game,
which is
whatever that perk is. You can guarantee the best perk in the game, right? Like literally in any meta, you can guarantee the best perk in the game, and you have a high chance of rolling 2 or 3 perks. You could pick the attributes on the item as well. Like compare that to dungeons, and it's like Well, if you grind like maybe like 200 or 300 dungeons, you can start getting 600 gear score drops. And then if you get like 1,000 of those drops, you'll roll one with like the best perk in the game. And then like maybe you'll get one with a couple different perks. Oh, and by the way, when you get like your 1 in 1,000 drop with the best perk in the game, it's probably not going to be the item you want, or the equipment load that you want, or the attribute that you want, or it's not going to have a gem socket, or it's not going to have these things. And then, oh, by the way, like we're changing all the expedition loot to now be named loot, and all of our named loot is literally going to be just trash because we don't want to give people access to like this gear anymore. So it's like, yeah, like crafting makes expeditions redundant. There's no reason to do expeditions. And the other thing about it, like the mind-blowing thing, is to make a key to get into a dungeon, it's actually more expensive than crafting a BIS piece of gear.
Okay, well,
there is a bit crazy. Like there's two kind of things, because you are kind of sort of saying like there's this sort of dichotomy between like, you know, either crafting makes sort of dungeons completely obsolete. Well, that's true, but you don't want the opposite scenario of that as being, you know, dungeons making crafting completely obsolete. You kind of want this sort of middle ground where, you know, crafting does a lot of really good things, but you also can, you also get certain unique things from, you know, from dungeons as such, right?
So there are two things here, right?
Dungeons just have to drop unique crafting mats. That's the only thing that has to happen.
Yes.
Like you kill a boss in a dungeon and it drops a unique crafting mat.
Yeah.
Then I have no problem.
They need
then
to focus
crafting's
way
useful
more
and the
on exactly that. It needs to drop crafting materials so that it buffs crafting, making it repeatable and something that you can do over and over again to farm the materials, which is how they were announced, but doesn't seem to be how they've played out in the long run here.
I think also rare recipes should be a factor there. It shouldn't only be that you get the rare resources, which I fully agree with, by the way. But it should give you a general one that's not necessarily specific. So what they're doing currently is they're kind of doing like, oh, there's a specific resource in Amarin that you can get, and one in here and one in here, and that's kind of it's moving the right direction, but it's not quite there. What you need is like specific sort of, you know, rare drops that drop from the bosses of those dungeons that would actually give you the best gear in the game. But also, as Julius was saying, the itemization of those items needs a complete overhaul. And this is a common problem in a lot of games that has just come out. The itemization of gear is completely out of whack, right? You can get legendary drops from high-end dungeons that are just completely useless. You'd never use them, right? They might be like, okay, if you've got completely rubbish gear, you might want to, you know, use them because it's a high gear score and maybe it's got more, you know, base stats. But like, you know, I don't think AGS yet have understood what players would be looking for in gear. That's an itemization issue, and typically, actually, one of the things that companies do to get around that issue is they actually hire people from the community. So I know several games, ESO, World of Warcraft, where they've actually gone to people in the community that understand the meta, understand theory crafting, and they go and say, right, we're going to hire you. We're going to, you know, ask you to actually design the drops that we actually have in our new dungeons. Like, what are they going to look like? What are the stats going to be? What are the, you know, how is that going to affect that? Are you going to give PvP, you know, perks? Are you going to do PvE perks here? There needs to be a complete rethink of itemization. And, you know, perks and all that stuff that Julius was talking about, like the item weights and everything like that, it's just too much of a universe to get from random drops. And the more you can narrow that down, great, fantastic, right? But like, it's a 1 in 100,000 chance to get like a perfect item that you actually want from a random, you know, random roll, versus like 1 in 2,000, 1 in 3,000 from crafting. It's just so much better. Like, you know, this is what you're saying. It's down to luck and chance, right? And this is where you've got to weigh up in this sort of system. But, you know, I think they should just hire somebody from the community who understands itemization, who understands like how to build various builds, and ask them to say, well, you know, what do we need to do? What do our dungeon items need to look like? What does a 600 gear score item that's a bow need to have on it? What does a ring, you know, that's 600 gear score legendary need to have on it? How does that gear score progress through other parts of the game. What sort of perks would you want on drops from war versus from PvE dungeons versus from open world? It's a whole universe that they haven't really sort of addressed yet that they really need to do. So
I really want to talk about that so much, but I think everything that I could say about that is NDA. That's the only unfortunate thing about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is really odd. Like, expeditions cost the same amount of materials to craft an item. You have, let's say, like, arbitrarily, I'm gonna give them a really good odds. You got like a 1 in 10,000 chance of getting a useful item, like every drop from an expedition. So maybe you do like 100 expeditions and you get a useful item, but you can craft the useful item every single time. And it's like, what one would you rather do? The 1 in 100 or the 1 in 1? And like, that's what we have in the current version of the game, and it's frustrating.
Unless we're missing certain things that actually, allows people to be able to utilize those items that are much less popular. Like people talking in chat, like for example, like a dexed bonus Firestar, for example. Like you're not going to be using that, like unless in that like really sort of strange opportunity where you're not actually hitting 50 dex in your max build, and you kind of want that like but I'm just kind of thinking in terms of when it comes to gem slots and that kind of thing. You can get things bonusing damage versus via intelligence or via focus, that kind of thing. But like if we were missing gems, if we're missing gems that like specifically bonus or allows weapons like magic weapons to bonus off non of something other than intelligence or focus, that would be kind of interesting.
Sure. Do you guys do hypothetical old world scenarios on this show, or is that?
I don't think we've heard like. No, I don't think we do, but like it'll be interesting. Like, what are you thinking?
Let me guess. Stagger system back.
No. I was saying I want to say something about the stuff that BigBear was saying before. But...
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
like,
don't
I'm
know
not
if you
sure.
do those risky pushes on stuff on the show or not. That's my question.
I mean, technically,
we've certainly had our moments in terms of being straight up, Nostradamus level. Like clearly, we announced something that we knew something about, and guys did under an opinion.
We feel that there is going to be an open beta.
Yeah, we definitely felt that there was going to be an open beta pretty strongly.
Hypothetically, let's say if AGS did reach out to the community and stuff to like create drops and like do things like that, you know what would be a really disappointing outcome from that? If they just removed all of those perks from the game, and then they just removed everything that those certain community members said were good. They were just like, oh, these are really good. Oh, why are they good? Okay. Well, we'll just get rid of that then.
Well,
that sounds pretty good.
Okay, there is a massive discrepancy at the moment in terms of like what perks are good and what perks are just useless. I said it earlier. I said resilient, right? Resilient, such a great perk, and it's great that AGS have identified that. It's on PvP gear, brilliant. And I really think that faction gear is an example of some great itemized gear. Really greatly itemized. Whoever did that understood what PvP players want. It's gear that is itemized for PvP players, but it's also probably the best gear for PvE as well at that level. And this is the sort of issue that like the good perks are just good perks. They're not specific to PvP or PvE. They're just good perks.
And then you have like completely broken perks, like the iced refresh perk.
Oh god,
I don't know if you guys know, but I mean, I sent this to the devs and stuff, so I mean, we'll see what happens with it. But currently, it at level 60, it's like an 80% cooldown reduction, but it's just meant to be on ice gauntlet spells. But you see, the person who made the perk didn't think that was balanced enough. So it's actually any weapon that does iced damage. So if you put an aquamarine gem in your weapon and you get an assist on any kill, you get 80% cooldown reduction across everything. So if you want to put an aquamarine gem in your great axe and you want 0 cooldowns Yeah, you just have 0 cooldowns now, especially in expeditions or PvE or wars. Every weapon in the game can have 0 cooldowns. It's beautiful. It's such a very very well designed. I don't know. There are a couple like standout perks like that where it's like,
Yeah.
sounds interesting.
That sounds like one of those things where it's not it's exactly a bug, but it's definitely unintentional kind of result. You know,
Yeah,
it wasn't
the
intended.
power levels of some
just
things
Jesus.
are very off.
Yeah.
And there are a couple of other perks like the chain perk, and it's like, the power level of chain seems to be off when you can proc it like 500 times a second, and you're doing like 3000% weapon damage per second on chains, which are like un-iframeable, unblockable. You know, there are a couple of things like that. And now you've got chains, they only proc on light and heavy attacks, except they also proc on the burn on the fire staff. So if you light click someone, they're burning for like 9 seconds, and you'll get like 4 chains off.
Oof.
I should say though that there are some really good perks that go in a really good direction that enhance or change the way that weapons work. An example of this is the shockwave perk on the hammer that essentially transforms the hammer from being a pretty meh weapon into being the only weapon in the game that can give you AoE rend. And that suddenly takes it from being, okay, you're not going to want this into wars, into, okay, this is interesting, actually. You know, you actually want it for that reason that it's got a very great perk. So it's one of those things that, you know, perks in their current state, they can have a really big impact on the game, but there's just so much variation in terms of if you get a good perk or a bad perk. There are some perks that are just like, you know, I'm not even sure if they work because I don't even notice it, right?
They don't. Some of them don't.
Well, some of them don't exactly. But
Those
you know,
are
even
fun.
if they did work, I'd be thinking, well, you know, oh, you know, I can basically ignore that perk because it's just useless. But it goes back to itemization, right? That dungeon drops should be if you want, you know, a decent gear score item that's like really decently itemized for one thing, oh, go to that dungeon, go farm it. You know, that's how to balance it. And balancing dungeon drops against crafting drops. Crafting drops, okay, you roll the dice, right? Dungeon drops, I can go get a decent ring that's, you know, that's what I want. That's gonna give me, you know, good perks, good stats. Maybe not exactly then, maybe not like this, but like 80-90% there. That's how I sort of view the interplay being between, you know, crafting and dungeons, and you know, and I think, you know, raid stuff as well. You know, I think we should, you know, happy to talk about that here, given the Nostradamus feature of New World. I'm very of this show. I'm very looking forward to New World having raids. What do you guys think about the ancient dragon in Shadow Mountain, or should we not talk about that?
I mean, you want to jump on that duelist, or because I don't think I've actually experienced it.
I don't know. It's just an ancient dragon. It's like this. It's just a lore thing, right? I mean, all of Alternum was made as an island to like keep that ancient dragon at bay, right? Something like that. I don't know. He's like trapped in Shadow Mountain.
We've gone too far, ruining the story now.
Oh, am I ruining the story? I don't know. You asked me to jump on it. I don't know anything about the
lore. You should spoiler alert it, but yeah, BigBear, you should have spoiler alerted that like right at the start.
Right at the start? Okay. I don't know. I mean, Shattered Mountain looks like a dragon lair to me. Does it not look like a dragon lair? Have you guys played video games before?
It does look very dragon.
I mean, what MMO doesn't have dragons? Let's be honest.
Yeah. It's good stuff. I think the perk system is a system that I'll look back on in 2 years' time and be like, God damn, this is a good system. But right now, it feels like 10% finished. Which is true for a lot of systems in New World.
I mean, there's the thing is, there's just such that variety, such a massive variety to be able to sort of, you know, like reel them in terms of like power, that it's kind of, yeah, it's difficult. I think it's difficult just from a you know, a sheer amount of the sheer amount of balance requirements for all of those things that like I think some of those perks definitely have you know, flown under the radar to the point where like they are exceptionally far too powerful. For example, that that ice refresh is just insane
Yeah.
in the way that it functions, right? That I think, yeah, you know, over time, I'm fairly confident that Amazon games are going to get to it and going to sort of rein it back in terms of its power. But like, yeah, it's one of those things where I don't think it's massively game breaking to the point where, you know, they should sort of, you know, postpone the game from releasing for any kind of reason. But like, they will get to it.
I do think they need a different development structure though, because whoever's doing their balance at the moment is just not cutting it. Really, I had always been under the impression that like they were never trying to balance the alphas, but then there was that big reveal one day where they were like, "Hey, we've been progressively balancing these alphas for like 4 years and like doing our best to do this," and it's just like, wait, you had balances? I literally thought you were just throwing shit at the wall for a little bit. Like I had no, like that was a mind-blowing time for me.
Well, New World is the only game I've known, right, where they try to nerf something and they unintentionally buff it.
Yeah.
I mean, EVE Online has a pretty solid history of doing exactly what they tried to do.
No, they have a history of doing the exact opposite. They've gone, we're gonna make something really cool and then make it really terrible.
make it utter shit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like the amount of people who thought Lifestaff was nerfed in the open beta when it got like 130% buff is like ridiculous. Like they looked at Lifestaff in the closed beta and they were like, let's double the healing output because reasons.
I think my hope is that they enact some kind of player council. So like one thing that I'd actually really like them to borrow from EVE Online is the Council of Stellar Management, where they take senior players from the community, bring them in, like you guys have been saying as well, and have them talk about how to balance this shit. Like, you know, what
the unfortunate
aspect
really broken,
of, you know, because like the community, like it's a wash on who knows what. You know,
sure.
Unfortunately, that
just
kind of
off
stuff,
sentiment, you know, stuff is gonna go wrong real quick.
Yeah, unfortunately, what the kind of thing, the awkward thing about that is it's basically a popularity contest, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, sometimes the person with the best knowledge, the most knowledge, and the sort of, you know, the keenest eye for that kind of thing, isn't the most popular person, right? You know, especially when it comes to massive games, which I kind of think that New World is going to be, you know, especially when you get like, you know, massive streamers playing it, like they're definitely going to be the most popular. You know, in terms of the amount of people who could potentially vote them into position of that sort of a position like that, right? So, you know, maybe
McLeod,
a mixture of the two.
McLeod, try telling your average New World player that the spear and the hammer are not good weapons and that they need significant buffs to be anywhere near competitive. Genuinely try doing it, and look at the response you get, right? Like if I wanted more YouTube videos, I would make videos of like, oh my god, the spear's so amazing. It's you know, CC and hammers, it stuns you. Oh my god, wow. But you know, I tell it how it is on my channel. And look, the hammer, it could be such a good weapon, and I think there's many routes they could take it down, but nobody yet has actually grasped the nettle and said, this is what we want hammer to be. It's a, you know, either a fast-paced, heavy chunking weapon, or it's a slow weapon that it's a very sort of impactful, you know, debuffer weapon. You know, just pick a direction. But at the moment, what you have, it just isn't working. And the spear, I mean, you know, I can make 100 videos of why the spear is bad, and I'm pretty sure, like, you know, the vast majority of the community just wouldn't see the point. So I fully get where you're coming from, in terms of, you know, the balance changes would need to be made by people who genuinely understand, you know, the competitive gameplay. But the issue that leads to is that you get an elite of players who want to design the game for themselves. You need people who have the humility to see it from many different perspectives, and not just their own, but from the average player as well.
Yeah, and that is always the problem.
They just need to. I don't know. These people need to be hired into like pay positions. I really like. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of this game called StarCraft, but like Blizzard made it, and one of the things they did in StarCraft 2 is they took like all of their design team needed to be at least ranked master. And then their lead designer was like a grandmaster player on the Korean ladder. And the idea behind that is we want professionals, but we also want professionals who can play the game at the highest level so that they can understand the game at least. And Master was like top 1% of the game back then, like highest level in quotations, right? But like they still knew what they were doing. And StarCraft 2 has always been like very, very well balanced, where like people will talk about the worst balance times in history in that game. And they're talking about we've got 3 races and one of them has like a plus 2% in a matchup.
Yeah. And that's that's a good case study for Amazon Games to kind of go and look up, right? You know, StarCraft and how they've been, you know, sort of balancing the game and how they've developed the team to balance that game. So, you know, like if and it's a long shot, if there's any Amazon Game employees watching this at all, right? You know, there you go. You know, there's your case study. You know, go check out StarCraft and how they've balanced and how they've, you know, generated their balance team. You know,
Alternatively, if you're looking for 4 guys who have a good, solid opinion about how the game mechanics work, you got 4 of them sitting right here. You can reach out to at any time.
Pay me though. I don't want to do it for free.
At least sub to his Twitch. At least sub to his Twitch.
At least get on the Twitch. Yeah. I'm sure the guys over at AGS have a couple Twitch primes they can throw me. I mean, they probably get that Prime membership for free.
One of them actually ruined my ability to say that I've never been financially supported by Amazon. Because at one point in time, one of them actually subbed the channel, and I was like, "Ooh."
True.
Well, can't say that anymore.
Yeah. Pretty sure knowingly some of your viewers might work at Amazon, delivery, that sort of stuff. Maybe developers, you know.
I know that for a long time we've had a few Amazon employees lurking in our Discord for
one reason or another. Don't know why.
You know, and I know we pretty frequently get we'll get some of the devs to watch. I don't think they realize this, but I do keep a recording of users in chat. And
awkward.
You know, as Greg knows, I have a tendency of knowing exactly who everyone is with no reason to know that kind of thing.
Well, I mean, we always try and help them out by sending like our war footage and stuff, and I think they find that helpful.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we did a breakdown of war footage yesterday. In actual fact, on the show yesterday.
Yeah. Talked heavily about that yesterday. That was actually really good. A good set of examples on how siege equipment is incredibly vital to winning wars.
Yeah, I mean, if you're organized with siege, you can win a war, and I think that's what a lot of people misunderstand. Right? They think, get 50 good people, you'll be fine. Don't worry. But siege and having like. There's actually a skill cap on siege. You know, you need skill to actually aim, to know what to use, to know when to use it, to know where to place it, to know, you know, do you get on and get off, and then use abilities in between. Like, there's actually a lot you can actually do there to actually be a very good siege player. And,
I was gonna say like, sorry, go for it.
Speaking from Miser's perspective, like we have, you know, in our guild, like specific people dedicated to siege. Like, you know, we have someone who does all the shot calling for siege. We have someone, you know, who's always on cannon, always on repeater, always on a fire launcher. So we always have that, you know, organized to a T.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to preference that before you got into the detail that like, yeah, it's siege equipment is vital for winning a 50-on-50, but more importantly, it's the proper application of siege equipment, because we went through this yesterday, you know, with, was it 5 repeaters practically at 0 on B point, and it was like, why guys, and nobody tearing those down when like the point had been, you know, after the point
capture the point. You're working on C, all of your siege equipment is covering A and B, you know, like tear it down, replace it, go, you need to put all of your effort on one point.
I think Siege is in a really weird place at the moment, though, because it's only really viable before people get like level 55 plus level. Because once people get to 60, like the HP bars and the mitigation is just too high.
Yeah, there's no
so
scaling.
That's where the buff
good.
to explosive actually became really big. And most people haven't seen that because they don't really know about it. But explosive shot is actually probably one of the most powerful cannons for late game because it does two things. One, it actually deals a sizable amount of damage even to high level players. But two, it throws you.
Yeah.
So you can throw people off the point.
And I'll tell you what, right? When we did our defense in the open beta of Everfall, every single one of our siege equipment was explosive cannons. That's how powerful it is. It's just don't like people using repeaters. Yeah, repeaters are good. You know what's better? Explosive cannons. You know what's good? With a repeater, you can kill somebody every 3 seconds. You know what's good with an explosive cannon? You can kill 10 people every few seconds.
If you're the attackers, early game, this is much better than late game. Early game, fire cannons.
Yes,
those firebomb cannons are if you can get 5 of them on one point, you win the point because no one sub 50 is going to survive that much AoE damage. It's insane.
But this is my big problem with them, right? Like back in the preview version of the game, explosive cannons did used to have the stagger on them, which was okay, right? And it's useful, but you still don't want that many of them. And the most recent change they did to siege equipment in the open beta was they were like, we're gonna make siege equipment stronger early game, and we're gonna nerf it late game some more. So it's like they obviously don't understand that siege equipment late game just isn't viable damage wise. Like it needs something else. It needs stagger, it needs CC, it needs something other than damage, because their most recent patch to siege equipment was nerfing it late game and buffing it early game, which I don't understand. Like across the board, all of the siege equipment, if you run the math through it, it should do less damage towards a level 60, especially at level 60 in 600 gear score gear now than it did in the closed beta. So
is that because of increased mitigation or what?
Yeah, well, they made it so you can reduce it with your armor and elemental resistances and stuff now. They changed the way it scales, which makes it stronger. Which makes it stronger early game before you get more than 30% mitigation. But then at level 60, where everybody's running more than 30% mitigation, it's a straight nerf to artillery at level 60 and a straight buff to artillery pre-level 60. It's really odd that that's the direction they seem to go in with those changes, in my opinion.
I just realized I was muted the whole time there.
Oops.
We could hear you though.
So I mean, basically what I said is the siege weapons were they now obviously they're being mitigated by armor, but at the same time they've increased the damage by 20%. The kicker there,
30%, I think.
20% is what the patch notes had. I got the patch notes. I saved the patch notes from the open beta for reasons, because I knew they were going to take them down on the forums.
Reading the patch notes
because they removed them.
Yeah. But one of the kickers here is that if there's companies out there that are looking for something for their low level characters to do in a war, siege weapons are not scaled at all. So if you have a level 5 character, sure they're gonna have shit for armor, but they deal as much damage firing a siege weapon as a level 60 character does. So, if you're looking to get your low guys into a war, that's the role for them. Provided they also need to know how to arc shots.
They need to know how to arc shots, and they need to know how to hot seat.
Yes, they know how to hot seat. That's siege cannons reload without you sitting in them. So when you fire a shot, you don't have to sit there and take damage. Get out of it, hide behind it, and then get in, lob another shot, get out, hide behind it. And if you're really good, you know how to use siege generators and repair your turrets as you're doing that. But that's like
Exactly.
that's the next tier of experience when you're actually doing siege equipment. Little known things. I'm a big fan of the wars. I really wish that they would come out with more content that had the war battlegrounds in them. And I actually think like defending the towns would be a lot more fun, or defending the forts would be a lot more fun if you could actually use the turrets. But you had to bring ammo.
I think
out
it would
to
be
them.
a little bit overpowered for the defenders to some degree, but you know,
Yeah.
I do see where you're coming from. Like it's
Considering they
like
can
I
just
own
walk
this
right in the
fort.
door. You know,
I own this fort. I've paid money to put those you know, cannons on the ramparts, on the fortifications. Like, let me use it, for
I've
God's
paid
sake.
40,000 gold to upgrade this fort. I want to use the freaking cannons.
But I think one of the things I would really like to see with artillery is if they ever do naval combat, to use the explosive cannons, the fire launchers, the repeaters on ships, right? Imagine you're, sailing on the SS McLeod in the Eternal Ocean. You know, you come across the pirate ship A's, and he's there waving at you in his pirate flag, and you've got on your repeater, and you're shooting at him with. Yeah, I think that would be a good use of artillery, because at the moment it seems to be a really cool feature that they just don't really use enough. I mean, it's used a bit in invasions, sure, used a bit in wars, yeah, but outside of that, it's a cool thing to do. And not many people actually really get to do it, but I think, that certainly they have a lot of assets, right? We know they've got a lot of assets from early versions of the game that, are there just lying dormant, they're not really being used. So I do hope in the future that we could see more inventive ways that we could use that sort of stuff.
Oh yeah, I'm hoping that, like, with the whole Siren Queen kind of thing, and the whole kind of sort of teasing of this kind of fleet potentially sort of like spreading around the whole of Eternum, that maybe we might have kind of like an introduction to sort of, well, not fleet combat, but like combat from fleets, or at least sort of like ranged combat from NPC ships out in the ocean, sort of thing, on certain sort of dynamic sites. Like, I'm hoping that is going to be something that ends up becoming a thing. That would be a good test bed for Amazon Games to sort of, trial out how various different mechanics work on, boats and stuff like that, essentially platforms that move around.
Yeah.
Because there is, that is a technical kind of, it's kind of difficult technically in certain games and in certain sort of game engines as well. So maybe they might go down that route. I hope they do. It'll be kind of interesting to see.
Yeah, I fully agree. I mean, I appreciate the technical limitations, but actually, naval combat is one of those things that I've just heard a lot of people, speak about, and that there are times like in Dynasty Shipyard where we go and we just light a barrel to destroy a ship, and it's like, well, why couldn't we have brought a cannon? Why can't we? Kill a boss, loot a cannon. We have to place those cannons, and we have to fire the cannons to kill the ships. And whilst we're doing that, we're being shot by muskets. And
why don't we have to sort of find one of those? What is it? The chain shots, right? We have to find a chain shot and then like load it into a cannon, and like take down the mast, sort of thing, right?
Yeah, that'd be really cool. I think there's this there's lots of stuff you can do there to make dungeons a bit more interactive, less so than just, okay, you've got your abilities, use them on mobs, group the mobs up, AoE them down, next pack, let's go. Some abilities, but I think just for the casual players, it's very good to vary the combat you get in expeditions. And at the moment, it's very sort of monotonous. You're pressing the same buttons each time, but if you can have things that you interact with in the dungeon that as well do damage, then fantastic. I would like to see bosses with phases, for example, where you have to do siege damage to break a shield. Let's say you're facing the Siren Queen, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she's got an intermission phase where she has a shield. and you've got like 1 or 2 cannons that people need to use cannons to break down the shield, and you've got that time window to do it, but at the same time you're being shot at, so you've actually got a hot seat on the cannons. You got to do that, and there's like just sort of thinking out loud, right? There's tons of different directions you can actually go in to actually utilize the assets the game has in more creative ways. And for the life of me, sometimes I'm like, guys, you've designed this beautiful dungeon, but like the imagination that's gone into actually how people play the dungeon is not on the same level as how pretty it looks.
I think that is a side effect of them rushing this content. Remember, they did make all of these dungeons in like 9 months or something of dev time.
Sure, but how?
They basically existed between the preview and now. As a request from people, is kind of the first inkling of them was
because it was at the end of because it was at the end of the preview that basically people were like, it has potential, but like there's not enough content there, and that was like the general sentiment was like, guys, make more content. And so like between there and the closed beta, they basically put together like pretty much almost all of the dungeons that you see. Like
2 weeks before preview, the developers did a dev diary where they said New World is different from other MMORPGs because we have open world content and we don't have dungeons and raids, and they're not coming to the game. And then 2 weeks later, preview happened. People were like, "This is terrible." And they were like, okay, dungeons and raids, they're coming to the game, guys. Don't worry about it. We'll make it all now. Haha, we were just joshing. Remove that from our YouTube. Fire that media company. Yeah, it was good stuff.
Well, I mean, like that's one of the things that actually gives me a lot of hope is like if you consider what they've created in the time that they've had since then, it's actually a substantial amount. Like, they basically pulled Outpost Rush out of a hat. They pulled Expeditions out of a hat. They pulled what soon will be another zone, and what soon hopefully will be 3 more weapons.
But
they released the Ice Gauntlet as well.
The other thing I just wanted to really kind of say is like, but what would you prefer? Like, would you have preferred an Amazon Games who basically went like, I know that you guys are all like, clawing at the bit for us to make dungeons, but like, fuck you. Like, no, we're not making dungeons. Like, what would you prefer? That Amazon Games, or would you prefer an Amazon Games that kind of goes, okay, you guys really like dungeons, let's make dungeons, but in the New World kind of style.
You know what, McLeod? I would have preferred the former rather than the latter, because I think the fuck you AGS would have kept Stagger, and I'd still have a game to play. They would have been like, you guys aren't enjoying the combat? Get good. That's all I'd say. And then we'd still have 1v1s in the game.
Get the violence
out. You say that like you're not going to play.
I'm not going to play 1v1. Fuck 1v1.
He's going to play like 40 hours for the first day. Can we just say, though, how good Outpost Rush is? I don't know if anyone here has had the ability to play an Outpost.
I'm so looking forward to when more people get the chance to actually play that, because there's so many people that just bitch to high hell about there's not enough PvP. Shut up and get to level 60 so you can play it all day, every day.
When I got to play Outpost Rush before A's got to play Outpost Rush, oh my god, like I was just... I wanted to tell you so much. I wanted to tell you so much because it's about it, because it's such a good mode.
I
such
remember
an enjoyable thing.
We fought against each other, McLeod, when we were doing that, and I remember.
Oh yeah.
I remember I killed you, and you weren't very happy about that.
I mean, that's true. I'm not going to deny that. I wasn't that happy.
We'll leave that there for now.
Yeah.
No, I mean,
wait, before we move on, can I just say, naval combat, I'm Nostradamusing this, it's not coming ever, because they'd have to put swimming in the game. There we go.
So that'll be the sign that naval combat is coming, is when they stealth patch in swimming.
Yeah. If swimming comes in the
swimming
game,
assets suddenly.
I agree.
Outpost Rush, a really, really good battleground. But the thing that AGS doesn't do well is it doesn't showcase its content well enough, right?
Sure.
It doesn't say to people, here's what Outpost Rush is. And I'll tell you what, right? You know, they sort of, you know, with the open beta, I felt that they had an opportunity to make everyone level 60. And so everyone would have been in the game, doing Outpost Rush, doing endgame expeditions, and then those people who didn't, you know, rush to 60 in the closed beta would have been able to get there. But, like, there's no streams for the best content in the game. And, you know, the forums, the Reddits, they're all full of people saying, where's the endgame content? We want to see it. Like, can you please develop it? And it's like, well, it's there. But, you know, for the life of me, I have no idea why AGS is hiding its best content, you know, within a game because it's, you know, locked to level 60. Like, a minority of people in the closed beta actually got to play it, but it's so good. It is genuinely, and I come from, like, you know, a sort of WoW background, and I describe Outpost Rush as anyone who's played WoW as a mix between Arathi Basin and Alterac Valley. It's a really, really fun battleground to do. It's got a lot of replay potential, and I really want to see people play that competitively. It's the sort of stuff that, like, there's so much depth to it. Like, there's so many sort of little sort of niggles that you could do. I don't know why they just don't do, like, here's what I would do is, like, if I was AGS, right? I would reach out to the best sort of companies on NA and EU, and I get them to play Outpost Rush and Wars and Invasions a couple of hours before launch, right? And maybe even a few days before launch, because that is what people are looking for in New World, and that's what they haven't shown. People don't want to see, like, random, you know, streamers playing a battleground that they don't know how to play and that they're exploring for the first time. They want to see what it looks like when you've got people who know how to play the game, know the combat, playing competitively against each other. It's fantastic to watch, right? When you actually see.
So here's the thing: this actually ties well with the creator program, though. Like, they know the creators who have been around forever. We've been harassing Greg for God knows how long. So, like, you know, he knows exactly who we are. Like, pull in the creators who have been around since, you know, since forever. The people who applied right away, you know, that have been in the community, that know the game, that have experience in the game. Get those people, do that, you know, the day before launch as a special event. They kind of did that, but it was like the only video that got any watch time was the IGN one, which, like, let's be fair, IGN just, like, really should cover something other than gaming.
They're very much journalists first
yes.
before gaming, you know.
Yeah,
for sure.
They should hire a gamer and teach them how to write.
Yeah, there are many disappointing things about that kind of stuff. And can we just quickly address that you need to be in a certain outpost, like all the way up, like the Great Cleave outpost to queue for Outpost Rush?
They fixed that.
I don't understand.
They fixed that. You can queue up anywhere now.
Oh, you can queue up anywhere?
You can queue up from any faction rep. You can queue up.
Yeah, just make it so there's a 25 version, a 35 version, a 45 version, a 55 version, a 60 version. Let us do it all the way through the game. I don't know why the only way to level with PvP is through open world at the moment. That seems like really silly. Just give us something to level with. You know, Colosseum coming out with a new zone for arenas, hopefully, maybe. That would be pretty cool.
That'd be pretty cool.
We'll see what happens.
That would be very fitting with the 19th Legion and all that. Like,
yeah, exactly.
And the 9th.
But if they make that level 60 locked again, it's so bad. I have so many friends in real life, surprisingly enough.
Yeah, you and friends. Wow.
They don't even.
Oh my god.
Savage.
They don't even play games like 40 hours a week.
We can say that to each other.
And it's super weird that, like, if I were to recommend this game to a friend, like, after the PvP scaling nerfs, it's like, yeah, you probably won't like this game because you're kind of like a PvP player. So you'll have to play for like 400 hours to even get to a level where you'd want to PvP flag. And then the only PvP available to you is like open world stuff. Unless you like join a hardcore guild, and you probably don't want to do that. But if you join a hardcore guild, you can maybe participate in wars every now and then. And then like outpost rushes in the game. But, you know, you need to queue at level 60. You need to be on an active server with lots of level 60s. who actually are interested in the game, and who knows whether that's going to die in like a month or so. Like there's just no content for like a lot of players in the game. Like if you're not a hardcore player, like I don't know what to say. Like
So I almost I almost feel like that when it comes to Outpost Rush specifically, that they should pull from every single server on a, on their like cluster of worlds, whatever what they do in that regard. Because like, yeah, it's one of those things where, you can be queuing for Outpost Rush for ages, before a decent kind of lobby actually gets kind of put together, right? But if you pull all of the people on all of those different servers from a particular world set in order to make the Outpost Rush fights, like they're going to be filled so much faster.
Well, I asked them about this on their Twitter, and they said they had no plans for any cross-server content at this stage. Which I think is a real shame.
I don't think the Twitter worked for AGS anyway. So
I think maybe
nobody's told them about it.
Do you think maybe they didn't quite get what you were kind of trying to say?
I think their Twitter is often behind their actual messaging. And they contradict themselves pretty regularly. For instance, they've both said that they plan to have a Discord and don't plan to have a Discord now. So, I don't really know which Twitter handle to believe.
Yeah. And at what particular time?
Yeah.
I mean, can we Nostradamus the Discord? Do you think it's gonna be there before launch?
Like, here's
before
the thing.
Launch,
Here's what I would have them do. Create a channel or create a Discord that everybody can join that nobody can talk in. And literally just have it be a server that auto loads so that people can web link content from it. And that'll make 99% of people happy. And then create a channel that like you can vote up and down for like content ideas.
That's a good idea.
And then from there, like then they don't have to moderate it. Like
balance changes. Do you want the live staff buffed? Yes or no?
Here is the thing, okay? I love the two current Discord servers, and don't you want to see what would happen to Lethality if he had like 100,000 people in his Discord server? Do you not want to see what happens in these hypothetical futures?
Probably the same thing that's happened to the Reddit team, where it was like, Jesus Christ, there's so many fucking people now. The Reddit just broke 100K earlier this week. So
Oh, congratulations on merging the servers, by the way.
Dude, that took way too long and way too much effort.
Like a year, right?
Yeah,
and that happened way too soon, way too close to the closed beta as well.
Yeah. There was a lot of like, for anybody that doesn't know, there was a lot of really bad blood between the old subreddits, based on people who are no longer involved at all. Like it was two moderators, Wingnut and Exhorting. Both of them have had their accounts banned from Reddit since, so like you don't have to worry about them. Yeah. Like one of them like super far right crazy, and the other guy like I think just literally had a mental break from the like what people don't know about being a Reddit mod. You are not paid. There was really no upside other than like you get to help build a community. Great. All kinds of fun doing that. But you also get called a Nazi 4 or 5 times a day and get told to kill yourself and get told all of the worst things, get sent to your messages. Like
what you can do is, come on, let's be real. Just make something. Just make a guide or make like a little picture or something and charge money for it, and then just pin it on the Reddit. There you go. Now you're getting paid. Just pin your own products. That's what you're meant to do. You're like, this is the.
Well, I mean,
you know how much shit I would get for that. Like,
I don't.
The epic amount of. You know how much shit I get from pulling down one person's thing who's breaking the self-promotion rule? Which, like, it's not that we don't let you post your videos. It's that you have to post 5 other comments somewhere else on the subreddit between spamming your videos. Like,
Okay,
So
and
here
they
is my
can't
offer
figure
to you,
that
Ace,
out.
alright? Here is my offer, okay? Make me a mod or an admin on the Reddit, and then I am your scapegoat. I will do nothing, but you can blame me for everything wrong there. Everything you can just say none of the other moderators on Reddit have the ability to ban. It's only the duelist. He's literally the only one that even has the ability to pull a thread. It's
I
not
mean,
us.
that's
It's
I,
this
I don't know about I don't know
only-
about I don't know how Ace is feeling, but like I would be so tempted.
Yeah, I'll take it. I don't mind.
Oh.
I'm in a good position with those sorts of things.
But I
And
mean,
then
what's happened
and then
with the...
I'll pin a thread with your shit on it. Okay, so you can make money. There you go.
Okay.
That's my deal, my offer to you.
Oh,
So I
God.
think what's happened with the Reddits is fantastic, and kudos to you guys for making that work. But I think the Discord community is something that needs looking at because it is more fragmented, not less fragmented
Yeah.
than the Reddits. You had two big Reddits, fine. How many Discords do you have, right? All with massive amounts of the community, and like the mods of some of those communities, like New World, good, solid community. I've never had any problems with the mods on New World. New
It's 'cause they
Worlders,
don't do
I've
anything.
heard a lot of people have a lot of problems with New Worlders. New World EU, I don't even go there. That's a whole different ball game. Like the guy who runs that is a massive far right racist. So, like it's just the thing. Like for some reason the Reddit mods, Discord admins, they're all complete like nut jobs, right? Who have nothing better to do, so they create subreddits and that sort of stuff. So please, Amazon, just create a Discord, have it sensibly run. Let us escape from the Discord situation that we're in now, because it's a pain. Even as a guild leader, especially as a content creator, especially as just a random person who just wants to get involved and like, okay, where's the New World community? Well, if you're that person, you go that side, and if you're that person, you go that side. Okay. I learned the other day that there are now specific New World Discords for religions, right? I'm not even kidding, right? So there are, if you're like a Christian or a Muslim or like a Jew, there are specific New World Discords for you. I'm not making that up. It's got crazy now. So please, time to step in, time to have that Discord set up by the admins.
There should only be one. There should only be one religious Discord server for New World,
It's
and
the
that should be
Covenant.
a Covenant one.
Yeah, true.
Simple.
They can make their own official Discord servers, but the unofficial ones, like the unofficial ones, will still be around forever, and they'll still be big. New Worlders isn't going to die, and neither's the New World Discord.
Yeah. There has been talks about the subreddit starting one of our own, or potentially taking over one of the existing ones. There's been starts of those talks, but I think the mod team on the Reddit right now is
like we've
buried.
Just send it my way.
100K,
Are they just
100K of people
they,
that we already have?
Yeah, I was about to
Wait,
say.
are you a Reddit mod and a Discord admin?
I'm the New World Order Discord is almost 1,000 people now. Like, we're actually really fortunate. Like, I don't want this to change, and I'm going to risk changing this, but like, this isn't a challenge to people. But we actually haven't banned or moderated anybody's content off of the server in a long time. Like, people, I think people know that I'm a Reddit mod, and I'm just not going to take shit. Like,
why did you say this?
Accepted.
I can't believe Ace, I can't believe you've done this.
I have 1.3k people in my Discord now, and I haven't banned anybody. So there you go.
Like, realistically, if you set the expectation with your community, they don't cross the line. Like, that was not a challenge. I'm not afraid of banning people. We just had the discussion that I'm a Reddit mod and I get shit for banning people all the time. Like,
yeah, true.
Yeah,
I will ban people freely, but if you just subscribe to my channel, like send me a donation, like $5 for an unban is fine. And for $10, I'll talk to A's to unban you from the Reddit as well. There you go. Just letting people know.
The-
The
the-
services
I
are
get 5 of
available.
that, right?
I would like to let people know that he never actually said that he would make sure that you were unbanned. That he'll just talk.
Yeah, I talked to Waze, yeah, for $10.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It's your best
like,
chance, eh? Fuck it. Why not?
Yeah,
Throw
it
$10
is.
my way. It might happen, might not. Who knows?
He's actually charging you $50 for this stream. I don't know if he sent you the bill yet.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the way to do it, you know?
Oh yeah.
It is what it is. I don't mind the hate watches. I've had people making like these clips of me to like try and like expose me when I've streamed for like 500 hours, and they like find one fight that I've lost in the open world, and they like edit these clips and stuff, and I'm like, god damn, some of these edits are really nice, and I like reach out to the people who are like making them, and I'm like, hey buddy, I'll throw you some money. Do you wanna edit for my YouTube channel? Because I mean, you're watching a lot of my content for free right now. You could be making some money, you know. I really need to get some of those backdoor bandits people. They are just making so much content from my stream. They're literally my best viewers. I think some of them have like thousands of hours seen because they like watch the entire stream, then they like go through the VOD and like watch it again and stuff. It's great. It's
And they
good stuff.
clip the moments you made mistakes. Like, ha, he's not that good, is he?
Yeah.
Rank 1, lol.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Yeah.
I only ever sort of used a clip of yours because I was actually having a particular conversation with somebody who, you know, steadfast kind of said that like there was no clips of anybody level 60 getting killed by somebody who was level 20 because it just doesn't exist and doesn't happen. And there was one clip of, you know, someone level 20, you know, taking you out while you were wearing mining gear at one point.
Oh,
and
in
I
the
was like, I
preview,
had to
yeah,
use
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, in the
Yeah, yeah.
preview.
Yeah, that was Sir Nick, yeah.
Yeah.
After a long period of time. He's a cool guy. He's not around so much anymore. I think Demise took him. How did that work out for you, Big Bear?
He's in Demise, yeah. He's
Yeah, he's still
social in Demise, but he's working for the Danish military on cybersecurity, so he's got enough
okay.
in his plate at the moment.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad. Last year he was unemployed, so
That's
cool.
quite
That's cool to hear
a
about.
step up.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. No, I think he was a student last year. So
Yeah, but generally, you know, if you defeat the duelist and you put that in your application to Demise, I mean, you know, that will get you brownie points for sure. It will get you looked at.
Welcome. What rank would you like?
What rank? Yeah.
Yeah, there are a couple of things like that. Yeah, the preview stuff was a lot better than the open beta. I don't know, but the closed beta, when we got to fight all those Zergs of streamer guilds and stuff like that, that was some
fun.
amazing content, and there are still some clips from there that I'm really happy about. But unfortunately, I'd lost all of my preview footage, so I wish I had more of that.
Gotta export to YouTube.
Yeah, I thought Twitch VODs were just saved forever because they used to, but they apparently don't.
I've learned the hard way after recording the first episode of this show 4 times, and you know, all of those VODs are just gone.
The first time that we actually, you know, did it, we were literally like, "Oh, that was a great show. Right, let's throw that to YouTube." And we looked and was like, "Okay, where's the VOD?" And it's gone. Like, didn't hit the button.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? These are new donation goals. You know, $5, I let you kill me in the open world. $25, and I make it look like I didn't let you kill me. $50, and I'll like mold after you kill me. This is good stuff. I'm learning. You know.
Yeah.
I need new ways of selling out.
Gotta hustle.
Gotta hustle. Yeah.
Cool. I was thinking we'd talk more about the meta on this stream. Do you guys want to talk about the current meta?
Yeah.
Well, we can do, yeah.
I've seen a few people
what are
ask
the S
questions.
tier weapons?
Yes.
You know,
Are we going
go-to
S tier, A tier, B tier, C tier? Like,
Okay.
what is this how we're doing it?
I mean, do you want us to be truthful, or do you want to lose? Well, do you want us to be truthful and potentially lose viewers who who wouldn't like what we have to say, or
be truthful,
Yeah.
like, and the other kind of things, like if we talk bullshit as well, like, well, you know, when we have like you guys on our show, like call us out on our bullshit if we talk bullshit, like definitely.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But yeah,
Like if they don't like it, that's their problem. Like,
yeah, exactly.
you know, like some people like certain weapons, great, and like every weapon has its place. They're all reasonably good. That said, there are weapons that definitely outshine other weapons in almost every circumstance.
Well, I mean, for example, like the spear starts with an S, so clearly it's an S tier, right?
True.
well,
Not
okay. So
even
we talked about S tier weapons, right? I mean, clearly there are going to be the life staff's going to be in there as a general sort of weapon that's pretty just good all round. I mean, there's no other weapon where it's that easy to win in pretty much any scenario, even in a group scenario, in a 1v1 scenario, in a war. There's always a use for a life staff. You just can't go wrong if you take it, right? If you just go full focus and then get something else, like you could go, you know, life staff hatchet, life staff ice gauntlet, life staff rapier. Like, there's no bad choice for the life staff because you're already winning anyway with the life staff. For me, I really am a fan of the Great Axe. I don't use it myself, but I think the thing is that the Great Axe currently offers the best CC in the game. In fact, it offers one of the only actual CC abilities in the game in Gravity Well. And so much of what I think the meta currently revolves around is having some very good playmakers using those Great Axes, creating those grab wells, and then other classes following up on them. But you know, Great Axes as well. So Great Axes are the playmakers and the play follow-uppers, whereas other classes are more sort of reacting to the Great Axe users. But so I think for me, those two weapons, I would say S tier in pretty much any scenario.
I don't think it's fair to put any weapon in the same tier as a life staff. I think that's abhorrent in like so many different levels. I think there's no way in which you could justify the Great Axe being in the same tier as a life staff, especially with the recent like nerfs to mitigation, the buffs to damage across the board. Like, just having a Great Axe out is pretty bad at the moment. You could maybe make an argument that like Great Axe belongs in the same tier as an Ice Gauntlet and a Fire Staff, but certainly not on the same tier as a Life Staff. That is a disgusting thing to hear from you, BigBear, as someone who has actually played the game.
I think, look, I think S tier is the ceiling, and I'd put both Life Staff and Great Axe at the ceiling. If you want to do another category, S plus or something like that, I'd agree with you. But I just think that, like, otherwise you'd be ranking them too far apart, right? You've got to put it in a territory. You know, I think Great Axe is S tier. Do I think Life Staff is better than the Great Axe? Yeah, but that's not to say that they can't be in the same tier.
I think they're at least a tier apart, personally.
But I want to address something somebody said about CCs, and somebody was saying that there are knockdowns, there are stuns. You know, there's a whole sort of bunch of stuff like that in New World, and the thing is that New World doesn't actually have stuns. What it has is sleeps. And the thing about stuns is stuns are meant to last whilst you take damage, right? Mm-hmm. And the thing about stuns in New World is that if you take damage during, you know, after you've got stunned, you just break out of it. It's like it never happened. So stuns aren't stuns in New World. They're sleeps. And yes, you know, sleeps are a form of CC, but they're a very weak form of CC generally. Try escaping a Gravwell. You can't iframe out of it. You can only use abilities out of it, right? There are some great counter weapons.
You have a little bit of time where you can iframe out of it, but yeah.
Well, sure, the initial application of a Gravwell, sure, agreed.
So let's also remember that like there's like 1% of the player base that's going to be good enough to know when the iframes are on any abilities.
Sure,
they should learn.
People should learn it because it's going to give you an epic advantage. But there's a very, very, very small fraction of the player base that's actually going to get that good.
Sure, there are two abilities in New World that could be considered like hard CC. Those two abilities would be Gravwell and Ice Shower. And Gravwell paradoxically comes from a melee weapon, but is the ranged hard CC. And then Ice Gauntlet, the magic ranged weapon, has the melee CC. So, I mean, yeah, but of those two, those are the two hard CCs that exist in the world. Everything else is just kind of like what one might call soft CC, or like CC that doesn't really exist.
Yeah, they need more hard CCs for sure. At the
Actually,
moment, it's way too.
I've thought that eventually they might put in something like a Earth Gauntlet and have it focus heavily on either CC or ground manipulation, so like building walls,
Rooting.
And rooting.
That'd be cool.
You know, like that kind of thing. I think would have a really solid place. But it's there really isn't any good solid CC. Especially for large group, like in one-on-ones, it's a little bit easier because those sleeps, don't get disturbed as much, and you can use them to escape or build distance. But in the 50-on-50, aside from the two that we listed, I can't think of any that are that great.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a great application of gravity wells. When gates have been taken down, basically to sort of neuter a push through. That's a great application.
Yeah, same with Ice Shower. It's the same kind of stuff. It's just odd. It's because roots and slows in New World are OP because there's no way to cleanse them. There's like literally the only way to cleanse a root or a slow is like the activation of Berserk on the Hatchet. And
or Entombed.
Well, that doesn't cleanse it really.
The I think the passives does it, right?
Yeah, but by the time you've casted the Entombed and then like broken out of it, you would have gone over the time of the root or the slow anyway, unless it was like a leaping strike. Yes. And there's a potion that cleanses it as well, but it's just not useful enough. So like slows and roots become like very, very hard CC in New World, where in most games they're soft CC, and then inversely like knockdowns and stuns are more soft CC in New World than they are hard CC.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's look at the other end of the spectrum. What is the worst weapon?
Ooh.
It's either the hammer or the musket, right?
I'd say hammer or spear. I think musket at least could actually do some things. Like musket, fantastic weapon in open world. I think it can damage siege as well. I have seen people use it. I think there's still better ways to damage siege, but at least it has that function. Then you've got, it does decent damage. I mean, it doesn't like it's got traps, but I mean all of those weapons really don't bring anything, do they?
I think traps are used such a close.
The musket has the advantage of being hit scan, and it has an ability that can knock people out of the turret.
Yeah.
So like that saves it as being not the worst.
Yeah.
But that's such a specific utilization though.
And I think hammer has its uses because it can provide that AoE debuff with if you have the perk. I think without the perk, it's not a great weapon at all. And this is one of the biggest misconceptions that a lot of the people in the New World community have, right? And the misconception is that hammer's this good damage ability that has, CCs and that sort of stuff. And the reality is, it doesn't have the CCs because stuns aren't stuns, they're sleeps. And it doesn't have the damage, because if you actually look at, the damage you'd be doing with the hammer versus like a great axe, why wouldn't you just use a great axe? It's like, 40-50% more damage. And the great axe has a lot more better abilities. The hammer, the startup animations of the hammer, they're very telegraphed. That's the sort of phrase I know people in this community use. They're very telegraphed. That means that it's very easy to see when the ability is being used. So if you're a decent player playing at a high level, then it's very easy to dodge pretty much every single attack of the hammer. There's nothing that would be like a hard ability that you'd have to take. Like if you get trapped in a grav well, you've got to react, right? You can't iframe out of it. If you see someone, and literally this is the problem with the hammer, right? All the abilities, you see there's someone jumping up in the air or raising their hammer in some way, and it's like me saying, McLeod A's, I'm going to write you a formal letter to say I'm going to attack you, and then I'm going to go to my mailbox, deliver the letter, you're going to receive it in the post, and then I'm going to attack. It is really that bad for the hammer. So the hammer as a weapon, it doesn't have the damage, and the abilities are, I think, by far some of the easiest to just to get around. So that's why the hammer isn't that good of an ability. Now, why do people think it is? Because if people don't know how to play the game, then suddenly the hammer's ability to chase people in the open world with Path of Destiny, to CC a bunch of people in the open world, it has its uses when you don't know what you're playing. And the same can be said of the spear, right? And this is what we're finding, right? We're finding that people love playing the spear because it's a great PvE weapon, right? A lot of people use it in PvE, and I rate it as a PvE weapon. It's got some really good abilities for PvE. And in terms of its PvP stuff, it suffers from the same disabilities, let's say, that the hammer does,
break
right?
Your chair?
Yeah, my fucking chair just broke. What the fuck?
What?
I'll just put it back on. I'll just glue it.
He agreed with that point so hard that he broke his chair.
He disagrees. Or did you? Okay.
You know what? I'm doing a new.
Wait. Okay. All right.
He was just
Julius,
He was so angry with your points that he was just like, "Ah!"
Well, Julius, I will gladly let you defend the hammer. Go defend the hammer. Defend the spear.
I don't want to defend the hammer, but
well, hey, I gotta do the classic streamer thing. And one, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. But two, if you're looking for a chair, I happen to know a guy who's affiliated with Secret Labs, who would highly recommend these chairs to anyone. Voxel Vinny with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, really. That's awesome.
I like this chair. It's a good chair.
Aside from
okay, so this is like, look, okay, this is a bit of a design flaw that they've got like a little plastic thing attaching it here. So this plastic just broke at the back here.
Yeah, that should be metal.
And then this, yeah, that should be metal. Everything else on this chair is metal. So I don't know why.
You just went full robot, and
I was wondering whether that was me or not.
Nope.
Oh yeah, I mean, my chair breaks, my ISP disconnects me.
Is this Discord?
No, it's me.
I tell you what it is. It's the
No,
people DDoSing you now that we've trash talked hammer and spear.
McLeod
That's
is
what it
also
is.
getting.
I think it's just a
Getting pixelated
UK
on the screen
wide
here.
thing.
Am I getting it too?
I don't know.
I think I can hear it. It's fine.
The video is coming through weird. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just in case, because I don't want it to die on us. I'm going to switch the server for the channel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We shouldn't notice any issues, but it should. There we go, and it's back to perfect.
Hey,
yeah.
Perfect.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna use it without an armrest. I guess that's fucked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
I'm very disappointed. Yeah, that sucks. Oh, I was gonna say I've been using the spear a lot off stream now on NDA servers and stuff. I'm gonna put it out there. I think I can have an above 50% win ratio against literally anyone using any kind of weapons. If I get to use my spear in a 1v1. That isn't necessarily saying that the spear is any good, but it's certainly not the worst weapon in the game anymore.
So what is?
I'm pulling a gemetic.
You know,
And BigBear can't even disagree
I don't want
with
to say
this.
like I don't think Rapier's that bad. Like I don't think that would fall into the worst.
No, I think Rapier's a very good single target DPS. But you know that's where it ends. I mean, there are some interactions that are pretty broken, like the chain flurry interaction with Rapier. I think that's more of a bug rather than any inherent value of the Rapier.
Well, it's gone now.
I mean, one of the kickers is that almost every weapon has some redeeming quality. So like even the bow has redeeming qualities. You know, if you're in a 1-on-3, getting haste just by having 3 people close to you is actually substantial. You know, so like there's a lot of circumstances where weapons can like bring themselves out in specific instances. That it's got to be. It's difficult to pick the low end because they all have times when they're very useful.
Yeah, every weapon is good. It's just some weapons are significantly better than the others. Like nothing is bad. It's not like you can use any weapon in the game and perform well with it in pretty much every circumstance. But some weapons are just going to outperform other weapon circumstances. And the only place in which your weapon choice is going to matter is in wars. Because if you're using certain weapons in wars, you're just going to get kicked. And like that's it at the end of the day. You can use any other weapon choice like anywhere else in the game. And it doesn't really matter too much. But Spear is definitely, it's going up there on my tier list, okay? It used to be D tier, then it was C tier, now it might be B tier, okay? No, it might be a B tier weapon now, okay? It's pretty good.
I'm wondering whether Duelist is just trying to troll us right now.
I mean, I want to be one big.
I want spears to be good.
Better with the spear, or with
like
the
I want
axe?
Spears to be good because like I used the spear back before the spear was cool, like back before you could throw the spear. Like
you
know, that's how long
I've
been using
that
spears.
never happened.
No, that was the thing.
The spear you could always throw it.
Yeah.
In Alpha 1 you could throw it.
Yeah. No, it was it was added in about a month after the throw was added in like a month after they implemented it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm a noob who joined like halfway through Alpha 1, so.
See, I've been here since the beginning.
True, yeah, you're right.
So I think it's worth saying that, you know, I've also seen some people pick up Spear and show that it can be quite good. But those people have all been the people who are like, hey, I'm a super good player that can, you know, open world beat 99% of people. And hey, look, you know, Spear isn't bad because look how I play it. I can, you know, have a 50% win rate with it. It's kind of like, well, all right then, okay.
Take any other weapon.
It's good.
Yeah, take any other weapon and you can probably have a 70% win rate.
Yeah, but the point is, if you're using a spear versus a bad player, you just auto-win, because they're not going to dodge your abilities, and you're just going to CC chain them over and over and just kill them. Like, that's the good part of the spear. The spear is the best weapon in the game at beating people who don't know what they're doing. And, like, when I say don't know what they're doing, I mean, okay, so here's who I recommend spear to, okay? If you're not going to use a life staff, and you haven't got, like, over 500 hours of experience in this game yet, use a spear. Because if you're under 500 hours, if you just played the closed beta and the open beta on release, you know what the best weapon in PvP for you is going to be? It's going to be the goddamn spear. It's just easier to play than the other weapons. And if you're playing against other people who have never played the alphas, or even people who didn't play the betas, God forsake, which there is going to be a lot of people like that on release. You know what the best weapon against them is going to be? It's going to be the goddamn spear. It just is. Like, if you don't know what you're doing, it's so good. And it takes so many hundreds of hours of experience to know how to beat it, because you need to know, like, all of the abilities in the game, and like the timing and the iframe timing. You need to practice your mechanics, and you need to be able to be like, oh my god, I'm doing a 5v5. Okay, so they've got 5 people, they've got 5 different weapon sets that each have like 3 abilities times by 2, so I'm looking out here for 30 abilities. Okay, so I need to do in my head, I need to like math out like, okay, which one of these 30 abilities do I want to dodge, etc, etc, etc. And for someone without like 1,000 hours of PvP experience, you're just not going to be able to do that, and you're going to get hit by a vault kick, and then you're going to get hit by a sweep, and then you're gonna die. Like that's just what's gonna happen. So it keeps going up and up on my graphs because like if it's the best weapon in the game against new players and for new players to use, and you can also use it against the best players in the game without just getting completely smashed. Not saying it's
the other
good,
kicker
but,
is
like,
it's good
usable.
for PvE, which means it's going to
Very
be
good for
easier for you to
PvE.
level.
Yep.
You know, easier for you to
Sure.
easier for you to level, get the weapon XP, and you're going to have the higher level abilities and the higher skill tree for it, and then you can use that to up other weapons as you go. You know, for those that are wondering, like we're trying to take into account all of the situations when it comes to all of these weapons. So like, you know, like we've said, like the musket is a good weapon in wars, but is not a great weapon in open world. It's a.
I don't think the musket's a good weapon in wars, but
it's got very
genuinely
specific
think the
uses
musket
in
is
wars.
bad.
It has its utility.
And in fact, it's a good
Yeah,
weapon,
but-
even if you don't have, like, for the beginning of wars when you're dealing with getting rid of siege defense, you're still trying to get rid of their turrets.
Yeah.
Using them to harass turrets and keep them out of the seats to prevent them from shooting your gunners off, even if it's not your primary weapon, is good, as long as you have the ability that can knock them out of their seat. Then, once you're done with that stage, throw it back in your inventory and get out a better weapon. Like,
Yeah, but
And
I
I
also
just
don't
lost
know how
every musket
good
player.
siege you're gonna be at like level 60.
Can we just say though how, I guess moving on from spear, but how sort of just consistent the mage class is, because this is not a game that has classes, right? And you have out in the open world, you see a lot of people running very different sets of weapons, but invariably if you're seeing a mage, they're always using a fire staff and ice gauntlet pretty reliably, int scaling those two weapons, easy peasy. And I think that's one of the things that Newell just is right. I think the mage, it feels right because and I know that it's right because some people are saying it's OP and some people are saying it's weak, right? And I think partly it's, it is quite weak at the beginning, but I think once you actually start to build it up, once you actually start to understand like how the fire staff and the ice gauntlet are built, you start to realize, no, this is actually a good combination. It's a very sort of, it's above average. They do some very good AoE damage, and particularly in wars, they really shine. In open world, I think they do suffer a disadvantage to melee. I think melee, especially with the tracking, they still, they aren't. You need to be able to iframe. You need to be able to know how to move in open world to survive melee. I know Duelist is disagreeing with me, but I've seen the Backdoor Bandits clips where he was a mage and he got.
There was a crocodile that saved that guy.
Oh yeah, all right. Hit the
It
crocodile.
was literally,
meme. Okay.
it was
I see how
literally
it
like
is.
that clip is literally. I hit him in the ice shower. I begin to chain root him, and this crocodile from out of nowhere is like he just hey Mr. President's him. He jumps in front of my heavy attack, frees him from the root, and it's like, what am I meant to do against that? Like, I've literally got this crocodile literally and metaphorically took a bullet for this guy, and then other people are like, it's a 1v1, you see, right there? It's like, what? Like, what are you saying? Like, I hit him. It was there. It was done. It was over. And then he gets, hey,
do we have a
Mr.
link to
President.
this video?
Like,
Do we have a link to this video? Because like,
wait, hold on. Yeah, I can find it. Hold on.
I'd be love to see it.
But yeah, to continue the discussion of the
oh hey,
Oh, wow.
rating with 283. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much.
Yeah, much love, much love. Thank you.
Thank you, Dilbo
Good
Davgins.
stuff.
Absolutely.
Here you go. Where do you want me to put it? Is do you want me to DM it to you?
just DM it to me and I'll
Okay, here we go. Now, I made a lot of mistakes in this video, okay? And I was tilted by the crocodile, hey, Mr. Presidenting this guy, okay? So this is not, like, peak Duelist content. But at the same time, he still would have died if he didn't get hey, Mr. Presidented, okay? I hold by that. He didn't have his movement ability up. He was stuffed. Okay, we're gonna watch it.
Yep. Okay, let's check this shit out.
Okay, so he comes in, right? Crocodile in the way. Whatever. I have to CC the crocodile. He's gonna come up. Here was another mistake. Like, I shouldn't have Ice Pylon. I should have just Mana Potion there, because I didn't need to reset the fight. And I needed this Ice Pylon later. He's set up. It's the root combo. The fucking crocodile gets in the way! They go. It literally jumped in the way for the first heavy attack there. And now the entire fight is really, really hard because I used my pylon at the beginning. That was it. That was the factor of this fight.
Damn.
And then the rest of it is literally just like, I take so much damage here because I don't have pylon up, because the crocodile literally saved him out of the first hit. And then
I think it's
it's
also worth saying that like the better die twice guys, that they're quite small, but like, you know, they are some good PvPers. Don't knock them. Like, they do know how to play. They probably watch your videos, but like, they do know how to play.
Sure.
Oh.
Yeah, I like the editing on it. I tried to find the editor behind this video because it's a good.
We'll watch through once more, and then we'll transition back to the three.
You don't have a great relationship with mobs, do you, Duelist and Jules?
No, it's right here. Okay, you ready? It's this first heavy attack. The fight would have been over. After the ice block. I don't know why I ice blocked there. I should have just Mana Potion. But I refuse to use consumables in open world PvP because I'm an elitist. And fuck consumables. Look at it!
Hey.
It just perfectly jumps in front of him. It's so perfect.
Straight in.
Wow.
Yeah. There you go. That's it. You don't need to watch the rest of it. The rest of it's just me misplaying. Yeah, it's just me being bad. Everybody has bad fights.
I'm gonna side with you that wasn't a 1v1. That was a 2v1 at that particular point.
True. Crocodile was on me.
I think the crocodile was also attacking him a bit as well. I don't know. I mean, open world stuff, right? It wasn't like a proper 1v1. They're both using potions as well.
But yeah, I mean, that kind of makes Mage look a little bit weak. It's not just the crocodile going in. Like, the reason why that one looks so weak for Mage there is because I opened that fight by using my Ice Pylon. So I didn't have Ice Pylon for 30 seconds, which means before I could Ice Pylon again, I took like 90% of my health in damage from the Great Axe getting on top of me. If I had Ice Pylon up there, I would have taken 0% of that damage, and then we would have been able to extend the fight. And then like just lots of memes would happen, would ensue at that point. And you're limited on distance there because there's only so far I can run before I'm in marshland, which you just walk super slow and stuff. Like that. Yeah.
I mean, I feel like BigBear could take that clip and like make a meme version of it.
For sure,
it's already a meme version.
It's already a meme version.
It already is.
Like it.
That's true. It's true.
I might do a one where the crocodile is a bit more dramatic.
Yeah, but there are many more clips of people like the guy trying to rapier against me was pretty funny, and then he like tries to fleshy out, but you literally just spin while rooted. You can't do anything at all. And then like there are clips of me like going against melee people in Brightwood, and I literally just killed like 10 people in a row. They just keep coming 1v1v1, and I just keep cleaning them up. Mage is definitely overpowered versus melee. There's nothing a melee can do if you play right, but if you play badly, then
okay. So let's rephrase this, right? So I agree with you with an asterisk. I agree with you that if a melee were to play perfectly, then wait, hang on. Yeah, if a melee were to play perfectly, I think they would win. 100% win rate. I think the issue is that if you make a mistake as a melee, you can be very easily punished by the mage. So I think there's lots of ways. Like if you run into an ice shower, or if you get trapped in a ice storm, you can easily be punished for that, right? If you don't iframe, heavy attacks from the fire staff, you're punished for that. But if you iframe all of those attacks, if you do some nice weaving and dodging, it's going to be very difficult for the mage to actually deal with that. They have things in their toolkit, but I just think that matchup, and I've played it so many times now, I always feel that like if I don't punish the melee when they make mistakes, I lose that matchup. So it's kind of like I get where you're coming from, but I just think that like it's a very fun matchup to play. I wouldn't change it. I think it's fine how it is, right? I think both melee and the mage at the moment with a great axe versus a mage, I think it's a very fair matchup, very balanced. I wouldn't say you'd really need to change much there.
So I agree in the closed beta it was okay. But I'd still say that if the mage plays perfectly, there's nothing the melee player can do. So I'd say it's actually the inverse of that. But after the mitigation changes, like you don't have infinite stamina as a melee player. You still take damage. And if you played perfectly, you'd win those melee versus range fights in the closed beta. Yeah, but you'd only have 20 or 30% of your life left over at the end of it because you have to take some amount of damage. Like you just don't have infinite stamina, you don't have infinite things. And because they've made it, so they've given mage users effectively like an extra 70% damage because the mitigation has gone down. Now it's just impossible. Like you can't do it. The free damage that you take is like 1.5 life bars now. So unless you're chugging potions, and if you're chugging potions, I don't think either of you can really win that fight. But especially in like a 1v1 duel scenario where you're like not healing and stuff, like I just don't see the melee player being able to win it. And I mean, like we can test it out, BigBear. We could test it out. We've tested it out in the past, and
if only there was like, some way
I was
where
definitely
we could
right.
go
And
back
now,
into the open beta build and test it there.
If only there was some way of doing that, yes. And perhaps we could do that at some point in the near future. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Being told there's another video that we need to watch here. Swap.
Maybe.
Which one is this?
There's a comical fight between the two of you.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. This is legendary.
This is legend. Okay, so you weren't the same level as me here, were you, BigBear? I thought you were over 40, so you had the 40 faction gear. Yeah, I'm 37. That's what I thought.
Do you have the sound on with this? You need the sound on, right?
Oh, you definitely need the sound on.
Yeah, those having the sound of literal artillery shots on your fireballs, brilliant.
I don't like the artillery.
I know you don't, but I think it's great.
Oh, this is PvP scaling as well, by the way. So if you see that, like,
we're
he
both
hit me
the same
for
level.
800. No, you're over 40. Yeah, I'm almost.
No, I'm not. We're both the same level.
Wait, but you hit me for 765 there.
Yeah, because it's a different mixture of int con.
Why are you running?
Yeah, but I'm full int.
Why are you running?
Okay, but I've got a bit more con. I don't know.
Yeah, so then why are you hitting me for higher?
You're doing something wrong with your build. No.
Yeah, you see, I hit you for 400,
Yeah,
and you hit me for 795.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine.
I'm almost 100% sure you're 43.
No, I'm not. We're both the same level.
It was at this moment that Nathan knew. He fucked up.
It was great.
That was great.
It's hilarious.
The best thing about this is that the mob comes in and finishes him off. It's
Yeah.
Yeah. You gotta love it. It's interesting that like ranged fights can end that way.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
I'm so glad that it can end that way.
Yeah.
I'm so glad that like it doesn't say, you died first, so the damage, the damage attack, is cancelled out. Like
your shot that's
so
still
true.
in the air somehow deals no damage because you died.
Yeah, I think that's so bullshit. So I'm glad that it's working as it like that.
Yeah.
If anything, like that, this is one of the few games that I think actually does that. Because like even Call of Duty doesn't do that.
That's because most
like
games
your last
work
round,
on, like,
if you die, doesn't actually connect.
Yeah, most games work on like tap targeting.
Yeah.
Like Call of Duty is effectively a tap target. like base, because most of its weapons don't have actual projectiles in them. I think the only weapons in Call of Duty that have projectiles are like the sniper rifles and stuff.
You're gonna literally blow
And
people's
maybe the
minds.
shotguns. Yeah, but most of them are hit scan weapons, which means
Yeah. That actually brings up an interesting question here. In one of the leaked images from the German video is the blunderbuss.
Mm-hmm.
A potentially strength-based, or partially strength-based, shotgun-style weapon.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna come out and say it. The last thing this game needs is more hit scan weapons.
especially close range, high damage ones.
Well, we'll see the how they do light attacks. I think if there's a bit of startup animation on those attacks where you've got to bring the heft of the shotgun out and you've got to aim it and you've got to pull the trigger, then if there's that animation, then I guess like it's less to do with the projectile being hit scan, but more with actually the startup animations. Like if you're locked into that animation, I think that probably would be fine. Although I think if it's just how the musket is, where you click and you do damage, it's like yeah, I hate dealing that with mobs, right, in the open world, where you're able to dodge everything in the game apart from one pirate who just has a pistol and can just shoot you 10 times and you can't do anything about it and you just die. It feels like the hit scan weapons just feel off in a real-time action combat game. It feels like, okay, I can avoid everything else, but this damage, I just have to take it. There's nothing I can do. There's no like real sort of triggers I can do. I can try and sort of guess a bit, but yeah, I mean, musket. Musket. I mean, it's fine as it is, right? I wouldn't change it. But it seems like musket should just be sort of put in the cupboard and never touched again, right? Because any sort of buff or nerf to the musket now is going to make it like either ridiculously OP or just flat out useless. They've got musket in a decent space, but musket would never be like a top tier single target DPS weapon. It can't ever be, right? Because as soon as it gets to that level, it's just going to be ridiculous in PvP. Because if you've got a weapon that is hit scan and it's the best damage in the game, you ain't going to miss your attacks, and you're just going to kill someone, right? Compare that to like other ranged weapons like the bow. So I really think like musket, I mean, Ethereum says it best. Musket being the meta would make the game bad. So just leave it as a weapon that has utility. That's basically it. If that's what they're doing with the blunderbuss, then I would say that lessons need to be learned about the musket. It's a cool weapon to have, but have it more utility based. If the blunderbuss is going to be more like debuffing, more like shrapnel, more like, oh, you've done a bit of AoE with the blunderbuss, maybe that could work if it has less I don't know whether they actually want to do like a projectile.
Possibly add like a heavy
shotgun.
CC throw. So like if you hit somebody, it throws them back.
Maybe we can get that old ability from the musket, which they showcased on the Twitter and then never put into the game, where you like hit them with the butt of the musket and then which like knocks them down and then you shoot them. That's a pretty cool ability. I'd like to see that.
What's
I don't
funny,
think
what's
blunderbuss
funny
is
is
going to be
the
that bad.
blunderbuss
Like
was
melee range.
pictured in some of the original art when they launched the game onto Steam. The blunderbuss is in one of those pictures, and back then I got a lot of shit from people that were like, "That's not a blunderbuss," and it's like it's got a freaking flared tip to it, and it's 4 times the size of a fucking musket, like.
Yeah, dude. Like it was one of those kinds of things.
Files, so.
There was that too.
Yeah. I want to see the scimitar again. I thought that was a pretty fun weapon to use. I hope they come out with that. I like there are just some weapons that like it's hard to design a skill tree for, but like the weapons themselves are just like really cool, and I like the way you can do like the light and heavy attacks on them and stuff like that. So like I I'm a little disappointed in the kind of choices that they've gone for currently, is like what they're spending their dev time on with like the daggers, the blunderbuss, the void gauntlet. Like, where are our two-handed swords? I want my scimitar back. Yeah, there's a couple of weapons that I really liked. I think a lot of people want their one-handed mace back.
Yes.
I want the
think,
one-handed
the
mace
other
with a
thing they
shield.
need to add is more weapons with a shield. Yeah.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, shields would be nice, except again, with just weird design team decisions with the shield. Apparently the shield was too hard to block with, so they made it a 180-degree angle. And then apparently the shield was too easy to block with, so they made like all the mage weapons, all of their abilities now go through the shield. Which is just kind of odd as well. Like, I don't see why I can't block a fireball or block an incinerate. I see why I can't block an ice storm, but like, let me block something other than left clicks, please.
And incinerate makes sense to go around the shield because it's kind of like a spinning storm of fire. But like fireball for sure, like you should be able to, that makes sense to be able to block that.
Yeah, I think blocking, but just still getting the knockback would probably make a bit more sense. Because I imagine the incinerate being like just a storm of fire, sort of growing outwards, right? And it's it's got that sort of vortex element to it. But I think Duelist is probably right that the sword and shield being a counter weapon to a fire staff, it should really sort of block fireballs, and it should feel like blocking is something you should do more in the sword and shield, right? But I think the problem is that like abilities you'd expect to be able to block with the sword and shield, you can't. And shield is already in a good state, right? Given that it's the only weapon that can actually block projectiles, apart from I think one great axe ability. But it's in a good state because of that. I think certainly blocking fireballs makes a lot of sense. Incinerate, I can see both sides, but I think fundamentally, right, it makes sense to me, at least from how the game is being played.
Here's the thing, though: for sword and shield to be viable, again, you need to get rid of the stats on the shield and let us equip it at 0 equipment weight again. Like, it just sucks. It just hurts everything ever that it affects your equipment weight, and like you need like literally a different gear set to use a sword and shield in PvP, and I don't know, there's a whole bunch of problems with it, but the shield weighing stuff just feels bad. It might not be the worst thing to it, but like, as I said, you can perform well with any weapon in the game, but when you make a weapon feel bad to use because of equipment weight tied to it, when it's the only weapon in the game that you have equipment weight tied to it, it's just, people aren't going to use it, and people don't use it, and you see a lot of people not using it and not running around with it, when before it was a lot of people's favorite weapon. It just feels bad to play, and that's one of the big reasons why it feels bad to play right now. And they're fixing a lot of other things on it. Like, I'm sure all of you guys have seen the tracking on it has been buffed several times now. Yeah, and now they even have tracking on the third attack of the sword and shield. Although, again, don't particularly like the new attack chain that they have on the sword and shield. It feels very floaty to me. I much preferred it back in the preview. But yeah, I don't know. They took it from being PvP's favorite weapon, and not necessarily like the most OP weapon in the game, but definitely people's favorite weapon, and now it's like everybody hates it. Nobody likes it, except PvE tanks. And they only like it because they invested like thousands of hours into World of Warcraft, like playing a tank, and they're used to shit gaming experiences.
No, but I mean the shield, does have a niche in tanking. I think I maintain that sword and shield is the best tanking combination in the game, and then probably with a hatchet as well. It's the only weapon in the game that has 2 taunts on it. Taunts incredibly important for PvE, and I mean personally when I'm tanking, I use the hatchet for a second taunt because it's a nice AoE taunt. So yeah, I know Duelist disagrees with that. He disagrees with a lot of things I say, but sword and shield, one of the best weapons for PvE, pretty essential, I feel. And what I'd like AGS to do, and I'd like them to build out that tank archetype a bit more, to say, what is their direction, their vision for tanking beyond what we've currently got? What does that look like in raids? What do you actually want tanks to be doing? Because they ain't damage dealers. They're not going to be damage dealers like they are in other games. Instead, they are defensive, sort of repositioning mobs, moving things around, controlling the fight. It's the traditional sort of the tank role, which I like. But then the question is, where do they want to go with that?
I have no idea where they want to go with it.
Yeah,
there's a couple of options.
I think they. I mean, they need to develop.
I haven't used it enough. That's the thing.
They need to develop the content for that. For the raids.
They do. Yeah.
Above 5-player type stuff, because like it works perfectly right now for the expeditions. Especially if you can get your hands on a tower shield and go full con, you're probably the best tank in the game. Like, I actually have a lot of fun with the way that tanking is set up, especially in boss fights, because you do have to pay attention. You have to pay less attention if you get that tower shield, but you do have to actually pay attention to what you're doing. Because it can be a lot of damage, especially like for anybody that's had the chance to play the ending of Starstone Burrows. That's quite an experience, having to dodge and block that many NPCs at one time. They actually need to do better
that on
at
stream,
that. Like,
was...
I played that one on stream, I think.
Yeah.
The closed beta, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was trying to ask BigBear, but BigBear wasn't even my group back then. Never mind. No. I think I played the Starstone for the first time on stream, and it was okay. I like it. It's okay.
Yeah. I think like Amarin doesn't do a great job of exemplifying like what the future content looks like, or what like the more difficult content looks like.
Sure.
I tell you what they need there is. There's a really simple fix that would make that experience a whole lot better. They need to give the main story quest line that sends you into Amarin Expedition, they need to give a Cornelian gem as that reward. It would be such a good move because it's relevant for DPS if they want to sock it into their gear. It's the first time you actually go into a dungeon and you start being introduced to it. And, it would actually mean that you actually have a proper tank in your first dungeon, because what I see, right, is people are going in, they don't actually have tanks when they're doing Amarin Expedition. They have a melee player, they typically have someone with a hatchet constitution, which is fine to a degree, but it means that mobs are going all over the place. It feels a bit sort of off. It feels like, there isn't really a threat system. But if they actually sort of introduced players to the threat system and the aggro mechanics in the form of giving them a Cornelian gem, it helps them along that journey when they need it. I suggested that, and I don't think it's been listened to, but I maintain that that's one of the best things they could do, is like a really simple fix that would actually help people understand the game immeasurably.
Oh, and it would do a good job of actually like introducing people to gems. Because that's kind of that'd be the same. That'd be a very similar level to where you can actually start utilizing them well.
Just give a quest. Socket your Cornelian gem into a weapon or your armor. Just give them the quest.
So true. Yeah. I think I think that's one aspect of it that a lot of people just completely don't even realize is an aspect of the game that will, undoubtedly help them in the long run.
Yep.
I mean, the thing is, you will get like drops and stuff like that have gems in, but you don't realize like, they come as a separate thing. You can combine the two.
Yeah. So let's ride into the gem topic for the meta here. What is the meta for gems?
Considering they nerf the amber gem to some degree.
Yeah, that just means you use the live staff more, because the live staff is just really good DPS, right? It's just like, we're making it so people use live staff less. How are you going to do that? We're making live staff take out 2 weapon sockets, and it's like, oh No. People are still gonna. It's still the best weapon in the game. Like people are still gonna use it, my dude. Yeah, the amber nerf doesn't really change much, except your secondary weapon on your life staff should basically be like a CC bot. So you either want to use the ice gauntlet or the great axe now. Other than that, gems are still the same. You still just use elemental conversion gems because of the 150 intelligence passive, and you still and for defensive stuff you still use diamonds, which are the 75% elemental. Oh wait, no, diamonds might be the wrong ones. Malachites, which are the 75% elemental resist, 25% physical resistance. And you just do that because in group fights you're going to take a lot more elemental damage than you're going to take physical damage, because most of the AoE damage in the game that actually matters is elemental. Even gravity well is void damage, which counts as elemental damage. So
Well, there you go. Yeah.
well, it is what it is. Gemming at the moment is very, very simple. It's in a very simple place. There's not too much to say about it, I don't think. There's maybe a couple of different gems that you can use in some weapons, but mostly you're just going to be like double stacking damage conversions from like the 150 intelligence passive, or you're going to be using a gem that just gives you more damage. Perhaps there is like some stuff to do.
So
All these people in the chat, number 1 melee player, number 6 melee. Okay, for a start, okay, New World ranked me the number 1 player in the game, not just melee. Okay, so shut up about that. And secondly, it's very cringe to bring that stuff up, guys. And thirdly, I've been widely considered to be the best New World player for like 4 years. So there you go.
You don't need no website to tell him it's good.
Yeah, we don't need a website to say that. Exactly.
For those that don't know, Cellulite is one of I believe he plays in PAX, and he's been around forever. So it's good to see him in the chat.
Yeah, Cellulite is great. I like responding to those trolly things. Have you guys seen any of the memes from the New World rank stuff?
Oh, they're great, aren't they?
They are great. I think I sent A's over my 2 memes that I made.
I don't know if I have them.
So I think everyone who's on that website, I think, has at one point been accused of making it or like influencing it in some way. It's like there are all these like conspiracy theories that like one was like it was me and DuelDuelist. There's another that it was DuelDuelist. Another that it was like the German guild that made it. Like it's and then there's the NA memes that are separate because NA think NA did it, EU think EU did it. It's just oh dear.
You go. You can show these 2 on stream. Here's one that took significantly more effort. I made 2, so I made both of these. Unlike the website.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, unlike the website, yeah. And then here's the second one, which I think both of these are pretty decent ones. So you like the Joel guy? Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes the memes are good stuff. There's so much going on in this one. My favorite meme to come out of it is that for the NA companies, they ranked like the top 10 companies, EU companies, top 10 companies, best beta player, rank 1, the DuelDuelist. All right, we're done. No more listing to be done here. Like, is there really anyone who can even it's like the life staff, right? The life staff is on a tier of its own. The best beta player, the DuelDuelist, is on a list of his own, you know?
There's another one that I think is probably the best.
Oh, the spear one by Duke Sloth.
We appear to be losing our server here.
I've sent it to you just now, Waze. No, notice. I think they made it.
Yeah, we're losing a little bit.
This one's a GIF though, and it's a really.
Oh, the GIF, yeah.
GIF.
Oh, there we go.
Come at me.
Yep. Now we've now migrated to US Central.
Oh, lovely.
We've went from Europe to US East to US Central. Let's see if this comical session of craziness comes back to hit us.
Thing is, the Duelist owned that website. Yeah, you're right, Silden. Yeah. Everybody knows that, right? That's what the meme's making fun of. It's making fun of the people who say that I own it. So it's me giving myself rank 1. In reality, I hate HTML so much so that in my university course, we were given I'm a pretty decent student, okay? Like I was averaging like a 90 on my degree on my first year, okay? And then we get like this exam and it's like you can get 40% if you do this first part on the HTML, and then if you do the other part, you can get up to 100%. And I'm like, fuck it, just doing the 40%. I'm taking the pass on this one. I hate HTML. I know everything. I hate everything about website design. I am not creative at all. If you see me try to do art, I just draw like a square and I'm like, all right, it's done. I wish I could do anything like that at all. But I appreciate the compliment though. I think it's a nice looking site.
I think it's pretty good, yeah.
I think it's pretty cool. I think it was apparently made by like, if you're going to accuse anybody of making it, you should probably accuse like TE of making it, because they actually unironically know the owners of the website and they talk to them. So
Well,
so that guy that was
yeah.
I did at one time think it was Malazedic. I had a theory that it was because I thought who would be like in the New World community that might do something like that and would also have the technical expertise to do so.
I kind of think that one of the only reasons why people think that you made it is because the only link from that website is to your Twitch. Like honestly, I'm just going through the pages and it's like there's no links to anything except top beta player, the Duelist. Go to twitch.tv/TheeDuelist. Like,
yeah, well, I mean, you'd just be wasting like text on your website if you linked anywhere else, right? Wouldn't you?
It's brilliant, honestly.
True.
You know, it's not made by me because there's no way to donate to me on that page. Now, if they had a donation button, I don't know if I could. I would wake up and I'd be like, I might have made that while I was sleeping. Okay, like you might be right.
Yeah. So I had to make that observation.
It's a good one. Yeah, I love it. I love everything about it. As I said, just the favorite thing: top 10 EU companies, top 10 NA companies, just the Duelist, and rank 1 as well, implying that they thought about other people. But
yeah, and they were like, "Oh, should we put rank 2 and rank 3?" Nah, there's not really a point, really, is there?
Yeah. Exactly.
I'd imagine though that it did give you like a target on your head because everyone wanted to kill you. Because here's the thing, right? Nobody really knew who you were in between the preview and the closed beta, right? You went kind of under the radar. You weren't streaming New World. You weren't a massive name, and then suddenly you come back again for the closed beta, and then you're back in the spotlight as the best New World player. I mean. I agree. I think you're a very good player. But it did meant that like on the open beta as well, that people are actively going on your server trying to kill you, so they would get clips of them killing you. So then they'd be like, "Hey, look, I'm the #1 player now."
Yeah, which you did as well, BigBear. Like,
hey,
we just played one of those earlier. But yeah,
But you
I didn't mind it back in like Alpha 2 and. Yeah, back in like Alpha 2 and Preview, I didn't mind like having a big spotlight, like a little target on my back, because there was more like skill in the game back then. So it was kind of like, yeah, I genuinely have a target on my back and I don't mind, because if you want to come and fight me in the open world, which people did in the preview, and it was hilarious. They'd bring 5 people, they'd bring 10 people, and every time it was a shit show. It was just me massacring them. And it's like, what were you thinking? You just thought that you were going to come and like kill me in the open world? Like, what a stupid thing. But now it's like,
BigBear could do that.
See,
You
but
want to fight
the,
me?
That's the
Yeah.
easy. That's the low level. That's the low level salt, though. I've still got people gunning for me from Alpha 1. Like,
God.
there's some deep-seated grudges that people clearly can't get the hell over. Like,
exactly. But now in Alpha 3, and then like the closed beta, open beta, it's like, oh yeah, if you want to kill me in the open world, you can. Like, this game isn't balanced around skill anymore. I don't play it enough to well, the stuff that I enjoy is not like grinding out the PvE gear. So I mean, you can just you could beat me if you want to. That's not difficult. Anybody can do it. Get like 50 gear score on me, you're Gucci, dude. Fine. And I don't play like meta weapons that much anymore either. So there you go. That's what it is.
Madam with
But
something he doesn't
the
expect.
Alpha 1 stuff was hilarious. I still remember you telling me a couple of stories from that AS. Did you have any hate going into the closed beta or open beta?
I still have people that can't get over Alpha 1. Like, at some point in time, I'm hoping that Greg will let us talk about Alpha 1 and like the chaos that was. But like, there's a lot of residual hate from Alpha 1 that like people just cannot let go of.
Yeah, Alpha 1 was
to the point where like I couldn't play the end of Alpha 1 under my own name. It was that big of an issue. And then like I dropped off the map in terms of like interacting with a lot of people based on like my in-game name was not Commander A's until probably halfway through Alpha 2.
Yeah, I did the same in Alpha 3. I didn't play under my name in Alpha 3. For various
it was
reasons.
just easier because it was like there. I mean, I like literally when I say this, I legit still get Discord messages and hate mail on Reddit from people from Alpha 1. And all I was doing was playing the game to the best of my ability. Like, rough stuff.
Yeah.
Alpha
1 was an
then I
interesting
decided
game,
to double down and
still...
become a Reddit mod. I don't know what the hell happened there. Like, apparently I'm a freaking
I'm telling
masochist.
You, dude. I'm telling you, transfer ownership to me, I'll do nothing. You can blame me for everything, Ace. Fine. Just say you don't even have the ability to ban people. Just pop it all on me. It doesn't say who banned them. I'll take all the hate. I'll come out there in the public. I'll say that I'm doing everything, okay? I will be the... Okay, I'm not going to make that comparison. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
oh my god.
Yeah, probably not a good idea. I don't know what it was, but don't do it.
Wait, I'm going to DM you this one. Hold on.
Oh god.
Oh no.
So let's dive back into the meta discussions here. Let's talk specifically within the focus of wars. Specifically within the focus of wars, what are like the go-to, like if you're an average Joe who is just high leveled and gonna get picked randomly to help fill rosters, what weapon set are you bringing?
Lifestaff Ice Gauntlet or Lifestaff Great Axe?
I was about to say exactly the same thing.
Yeah. Lifestaff doesn't scale with the... Yeah, that one was slightly too spicy.
That one, no. Yeah. Yeah. Lifestaff, Great Axe, I think would be my go-to. I tried going sword shield. It just doesn't hold up very well. And you just don't do as well. I think the AoE really shines in the in wars.
Yeah, the additional fortify and stuff that you get from from the shield and all that kind of stuff, it doesn't really stack. It's not worth it.
It's better to be iframing so you take 0 damage than to take some damage and mitigate it. in my opinion.
Yeah.
Which is why medium roll is like so much better than light roll in wars as well, because you just get more dodges, and it's just always better to take 0 damage rather than like 30% of damage. Yeah.
Oh, for sure. Like especially when that damage is like rolling so heavily as well. Like God.
Yeah. But other than that, there's not really anything else that you can just like hop in and perform well with. But obviously, life staff, if you're a higher level, you heal a level 60 for the same that you heal a level 10. So when like other PvP scalings, like, nope, it's not percentage based. It's just flat. It's just flat healing, and you have no scaling up or down on your healing. It's just the same. So a level 60 healer is just straight up better than a level 50 healer. So all of your high levels should be your healers, and if you've got like a low level healer, just kick him, just get him out of that war. Give him a different weapon, give him something that scales. Pop him on artillery or something.
Yeah.
In that sense, do you feel like people should rock up to 50 on 50 wars with not just 2 weapons, but like a few weapons in your bag as well, in those situations, like a musket? Or do you kind of feel like, essentially life staff, or like a life staff? Well, I mean, life staff, great axe, life staff, ice gauntlet, or fire staff kind of thing.
Just life
Kind of
staff,
covers
ice
pretty much
gauntlet,
all
life staff,
bases.
great axe, because it works on the point, and great axe and ice gauntlet, you don't need any stat investment to make work. Like you don't need any stat investment for charge or gravity well on the great axe. You don't need any stat investment for ice shower or entombed on the the ice gauntlet. So it's just the obvious offhand weapon to the life staff now that they've nerfed amber gems. So there you go, and you just use the life staff like 95% of the time. Throw out your CCs from the other weapons, and anything that you can use on point is really, really good. And the unfortunate thing about like swapping to other weapons and stuff, you just don't have the time. All that time is like time off point. You can't regroup in New World. It doesn't work that way. AoEs are too strong. If you try to regroup, you're just gonna die to
St. Guild Wars 2.
New World. Yeah, exactly. So you're just meant to be like a constant flood of people, and like individual skill and stuff is like pretty important as well with coordination. There's not many calls that you can make in wars. It's kind of like just get on point and set up artillery, and then there might be like 1 or 2 targets that you have to call out, but mostly like you don't even need comms that much for wars, to be honest.
Yeah, and we found this as well, right? That and I think comms you can separate out, right? You can separate out into the main shot caller, who needs to make just a few very sort of overarching comments in terms of, we need to go there. You then have artillery, as you mentioned. I think that is a bit more specialized in terms of shot calling. And then I think you'd need those individual groups where where a lot more of the shot calling takes place, where it's like, okay, you're assigned a certain area or a certain sort of flank of the the point you're attacking. You've got a strategy there, so if you've got a strategy, people should know in advance like what they're doing. In terms of the shot calling, it's very much more sort of like executing on that strategy. So it might be, okay, you're a mage, and so you need to time your mage fireballs, or you need to time your ice gauntlets for ice storms. If you're a melee user, it might be gravel rotations. It might be picking out healers, calling out names of healers, looking for them, killing them. So like the shot calling is quite varied, and I think as Duelist said, there's very sort of few calls you can actually sort of make as a shot caller that would like sway the war in either direction. A lot of the shot calling really happens before the war in terms of the strategy. But I think
a quick
to
thanks
Duelist's point though,
Ledefty for the bit drop of 420 there.
Yeah, I saw Ledefty
hey,
come in. He's my top donor. Ledefty is an awesome man, the Goblin King. He spreads out the love to everybody in the New World community, I think. Seen him in Ulf's chat. Bringing him over to your chat. It's a cool guy.
Cool.
Good to have you here.
I mean, I've seen some pretty bad like calls in wars, and seen some of the videos that people have kind of put out of bad calls, especially bad calls to stack up, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Sure.
And those things basically go in so badly. That
Or
it's almost
you know,
comical.
one of the things, this isn't necessarily like a verbal call, but setting the war to autofill is the worst
yes.
single move that you can do
Yep.
ever. Get somebody to manage that shit for the entire war. Like, do not leave it up to the server to pick random dudes to fill in for people and leave you hanging with just random Joe Schmo. It's not going to go well.
No.
And like one of the things that happened to Demise in one of their wars is like a lot of people crashed, like half of them crashed, and then their spots were just randomly filled before they could get back into the war. I linked you a clip there if you want to watch. It's like only watch like 30 seconds of it. It's timestamped. And we could see what happens when you stack up in wars.
Oh, it's a great clip.
Yeah.
As to exactly why you shouldn't stack up.
But I mean, to your list though, I think there's probably a spot for a sword and shield there as well.
I love you,
I think
Dafty.
sword and shield life staff would be a pretty good example of you just standing on the point, holding block. You take the point as an offense, maybe not so much on defense though.
Yeah. So the company against TE here called for a stack, and it's just
one guy.
It's murder.
Them all, yeah.
It's bad.
Most.
No.
Thank
and then they obviously called to go to a different gate.
Thank you.
Wasn't this like what was the goal?
That's all
the army or
clip is,
something
by
they're
the way.
facing here?
Let's watch this again here. Like, this is why, like, for me, I think Ice Gauntlet and Fire Staff are almost a must for wars.
Yeah.
Like, Ice Gauntlet specifically, I think just excels.
For sure. I just don't think Ice Gauntlet should do damage. I think they should play more into the CC on Ice Gauntlet and just stop the scaling. It feels really weird. It's such a high damage weapon, but it's got the identity of a support weapon.
Yep. I kind of disagree with that, but I'm maybe a bit biased coming from a mage perspective.
Slightly.
Just a bit.
Yeah, but what happens if Earth Gauntlet comes? Well, like Earth Staff, I think it'll be. I don't think it'll be Earth Gauntlet. What happens when that comes out?
Another 420 bit drop from Ledefty.
I mean, Ledefty's throwing 420s all around the shop right now.
Yeah. Ledefty, you know, if you donate in my chat, I'll read it out right here on the New World Order show. Just putting that out there.
Oh.
Yeah.
It is much appreciated, guys, for everybody's. We are seeing all the people who are following and subbing and all of that. Like, really, thank you guys, all the bits. You know, a quick shout out to our Patreons and just the average viewer. Like, there's 245 of you guys, so it's always great to great to have everyone here.
I think we're getting
we got a hype train going here.
We seem to have somehow found a 420 gang, 420 bit gang of some form.
Yeah.
Like I don't know whether that's a thing, but you know,
Ledefty with another 269, and Chico Hero 420 with another 420.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. That's great. Anyway,
what happens when the Earth Staff releases, and that's got like CC and damage in its kit again, and now instead of having to use the Fire Staff, you've got like a weapon that has as much damage and CC as the Ice Gauntlet. Like, imagine if you just had 2 Ice Gauntlets. It would just be disgusting. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, pick one.
Yeah.
I personally think that melee weapons, I think that melee weapons should have a higher damage on hit for. I think they should have a higher damage per hit, but take longer per swing. So they, like, Great Axe and
I mean,
and
it's a difficult one. It's a difficult one because, like, you know, if you take it too far to the point where it takes too long to swing, then people are going to be able to iframe, like, you know, just roll out of it too easily.
I also think that one thing that would actually really help the Warhammer would be to shrink it down to a reasonable size. Because, like, you can see that thing
I mean, you're
swinging
just talking
from
cosmetically.
miles away.
I think the hammer, I mean, you can go many ways with getting the hammer to where it needs to be. Either you make it into a more sort of a faster paced weapon, which might not necessarily fit into it, or you would have to buff the damage by 30, maybe 40%, for it to be, I guess, with like base damage, so in abilities, light attacks, heavy attacks, everything, to be at, you know, on par somewhat with the Great Axe. I think it still wouldn't be like a top tier weapon, but at least it would be a bit more viable than what it is now. It's a funny one though, because it's one of those weapons that everyone seems to love. So I don't know what it would be like if suddenly, you know, everyone's favorite weapon suddenly got a big buff. I think there'd be smiles all around, and then maybe we would see, yeah, I don't know.
Well, I mean, everybody knows the Warhammer was OP, right? Which is why it got nerfed in the
Which time? Which time?
Yeah.
It's been up at the top a number of times.
Yeah, I loved it when it was up at the top, because when it was genuinely like either the best weapon in the game or one of them, because the stuff on it was so easy to dodge. I felt immortal. I just didn't take damage when that weapon was good. It was great. I loved it. I was killing like 50 people by myself. It's beautiful.
Yeah, back when Stagger was a thing, it was stupid broken.
Yeah, it was great.
You know, I've fond memories of power leveling and never taking any damage. Ledefty with 469.
I think he's like ramping up to something.
Yeah, I've
We do
been
have a hype train
putting
going,
little,
so hit
little
those
effort
follows
into the
and-
stream. You're right.
Guys.
I love you too, Ledefty.
Everybody loves Ledefty. I've been playing RuneScape, guys. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of this game, but that shit will ruin your life. And Unbe, I was over it. I was okay, and then Unbe started playing RuneScape as well, and he was like, "Hey, I'm starting a new Iron Man. You want to come play with me?" And I'm like, fuck. So everything has gone to shit. But I mean, I promised now that I would hype the pit for him while he was doing MDI, and he's doing MDI at the moment. I don't really know what MDI is, but I'm sure World of Warcraft people know what it is. And yeah, I need to do that. At the very latest, I will get back to streaming on Monday, and it's currently Saturday. So
Another 169 from Ledefty.
Thank you very much, dude.
So there's a good question in chat here. State of ranged weapons. You know, two of the weapons that we really haven't talked a ton about are the bow and the musket.
Well, I think the thing is, like, with the bow and the musket, like they're being outclassed by, you know, the mage weapons, right? Like in terms of range as well.
I think New World is kind of go for like a combat triangle, where like melee is beaten by everything, and then ranged weapons beat magic weapons. So it's like, yeah, it's an interesting thing that they're doing. But the one thing they don't think about when they do that is like magic weapons have AoE, so like magic weapons will just always outperform ranged weapons in wars and group content and stuff.
Okay.
But in 1v1s, like a bow or something will absolutely destroy something like a fire staff unless you have the ability to like line of sight them or something.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the bow actually does really well. Fire staff, you do need to get them in close, because where the fire staff really excels is being able to use incinerate, especially when it has the 2 stacks on it.
Yeah, I mean it's you know, one of the hardest hitting abilities in the game.
I mean, literally, it starts off 130%. It then has burn stacks on it, and then the last passive in that tree is it just does double damage. Yeah, just double the damage. Kind of like
Nothing
someone.
much, you know.
It's kind of like someone was designing Incinerate, and like 5:30 p.m. on the Friday, they were coming. They were having to think of another passive, and they're like, oh, yeah, you know what? Just double the damage, you'll be alright. Feels great. I am a bit more of a fan than I think a lot of people are. I think the bow has some good abilities. Rain of Arrows, good. Decent ability. It also has Poison Shot, which is AoE ability again, so that the bow does have some AoEs. It isn't only a single target ability. I think the issue with the bow is, first of all, that it does get outclassed by the Fire Staff for AoE. But also that there's no really good pairing for the bow from like an AoE perspective, because in a war scenario, right, you're either going to want to be healing, you're going to want to be DPSing, taking out with a sort of melee build, or you're going to want to be ranged, right? And if you're in that category of ranged, you're comparing yourself next to a mage, and a mage offers some great CC. It offers some great, AoE damage. Offers just, everything you'd want from like, in a war setting. So it's very difficult for the bow to compete against that. And the niche I think they need to go down is the bow provides a bit more debuffs. So I'd love, for example, for Poison Shot to have like a healing reduction on it. That's an example of something they could do to help, balance out healing a bit, to give the bow a bit more flavor in wars and a bit more reason to use it. But fundamentally to that, it also needs a better pairing for it than, for example, a rapier. Rapier's okay, but it just wouldn't fit with the current playstyle, because a mage, you're playing as a ranged player. There's not really any like other ranged dex weapon other than the musket, and a musket isn't really AoE, right? It doesn't really offer any sort of proper AoE other than like the sticky grenade, and even then, that's kind of not that great as well. So that's my opinion of the bow. I think it's let down by the fact that there's no decent pairing with it, and also it's got to compete against the Fire Staff and Ice Gauntlet combo, which is a pretty tough act to follow in that sense. A random fact. Ledefty's asked for a random fact. What sort of random fact are you guys thinking of that we should give the player base?
Oh, I do like a channel point reward on my channel where you can obtain one obscure New World fact.
Yeah, that's actually that's a good idea.
Really cool idea.
Obscure,
I came
obscure
up with that,
fact
just
is
before
that you
Duelist
can...
takes credit for that.
It's my channel, so who knows who really came up with it at the end of the day. But ideas are worth nothing. Implementation is 100% of the value. So
sure.
A's knows so much about the development cycle of New World.
I know too much.
Yeah.
Like I'm sure at certain points that Greg has turned to me like and just been like, just how do you know? Just who is talking? Like where are you hearing this? And one like there's been times where I've turned around and told him things about what's going on, and
I don't even know about this. How do you know about this?
Yeah.
Sure.
But let's see. Obscure fact is that the devs play the game in a larger number that I have ever seen compared to almost any other gaming studio. And they play a lot of the game even after hours.
Sure.
And you've probably played with some of them. More than some of them.
They're mainly NA, aren't they? I don't think there are many EU devs. Is that right?
Almost all of them are US West Coast. Because the studio is in... What is it? That's not... Is it San Diego?
It's not.
I think it's San Diego.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, on the NA server, if you're not playing with packs, it's almost difficult to not be playing with a dev at some point. But on the EU server, we've got a lot of people from like the German stuff. I don't know what they're doing in Germany with those AWS servers, but there seem to be like 1,000 people who have access to like the most integral builds. And
can we
I
talk
don't
about
know
the fact
what
that like
keeps going on.
every random bit of news that comes out about New World that's like somewhat game changing comes from like Mine MMO or like
Always
some
broken.
obscure German
Yeah.
sites where
Yeah.
it's like,
Yeah.
It's
why
always
is this
broken on
not
a German
being
site.
released in the like in English? Like...
Yeah, it genuinely feels like over at the AWS servers in Germany, like there's just this big building with like a sign saying like come play New World, and they just have like the internal like dev testing thing there, and like anyone
Yeah.
can walk in the door and just like test on it and like talk about it. There was this one time where they were like they got all the journalists together to talk about the war, and they did like this big event where they like got the journalists and wars and PC gamer and everything. And then you look at the German article, and this was back before preview, and the German article was like, yeah, we really enjoyed playing with the polearm and the spear, and like everybody else was like, what? These
Wait,
weapons
what the
aren't
fuck?
in the game. It's just super weird. Even for the big war journalist event, like the Germans, I don't know. They're always playing on a different version.
Oh, that was like
Germans live in like
and that's where we
2042.
got
the leak with all the weapons came from
Yeah.
just some random
A
German like
yeah.
they're big name German streamers, but like it was one of those things where it went unheard for almost a week because no one in the English audience was sitting there going, oh hey, yeah, I speak German, I'm gonna watch this stream from Germany, and they're not going to translate it. Like, it just didn't happen. And then like that was a bombshell that was out there for a week just sitting there.
Yeah.
I actually
crazy.
kind of feel like I got put in the doghouse for being the guy that like blasted that to Reddit and all over Twitter. Because obviously that was not intended to get out. However, that was not a version of the game that I played, and of course 16,000 people had already watched that video and didn't say anything.
Yeah.
So,
what the hell?
Hey, this is completely normal.
Yeah.
Nothing to see here.
Maybe that's what every single person in Germany had, like, it's like, oh, that was just normal. That was the client.
They just
right?
all know,
that
so
was
that's
the
normal for them.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what is going on in Germany, but it's been consistent for like the past 3 years that's just been a thing. And I mean, without getting into like TwitchCon stuff, I mean, with getting into TwitchCon stuff, but without getting like too far into it, like any of the stuff that they've been able to like bring streamers to Germany and stuff like that, like even the first playable version of the game was like 5-6 years ago. I think people were playing that shit in Germany as well. And then like just before Alpha 1, they had the stuff over in America, TwitchCon and stuff. But I don't know. There's something. It's really weird because it's an American game
I'll tell you what
development
it is,
company.
Duelist. I'll tell you what it is. When you're born in Germany, your birth certificate is actually an Amazon Game Studios NDA.
True.
You signed it from birth.
See, this is where I probably went wrong. Like being good friends with Greg has been useful, but I've clearly needed to get to know Tosh much better. Like, he's the German community manager.
You played it the wrong way there, dude.
Yeah. He'd send you everything. He'd just give you the open source code. Fuck it. He'd just be like, oh, you want to play New World? He just sends you the open source code, and it's like, here you go.
Ledefty, sorry, the auto mod is set to like super sensitive. We had one problem on a stream, and that's our reaction to that. Apologies. It just times you out for 1 second. My bad.
I don't know how you guys have haters on stream, and I don't. I do my best to get hate watchers, and they all just sit there and they don't chat. It sucks.
I've seen the hate raid bots follow the channel. Like I've watched that happen.
Yeah,
Even Revan had that happen. He streams to like he's only been streaming for a little bit, and he saw the hate raid bots like follow the channel. I've never had anyone hate raid. It's terrible.
And what's a hate raid? I mean, for those of us who aren't Twitch partners or anything.
So hate raids is apparently the new trend on Twitch. where a set of bot accounts will join a server and flood the comment section with all kinds of things that you don't want in your comments section.
Oh, we had something similar on that in Demise. We had a bunch of like we had like 100 sort of Discord accounts that were all like they all had profile pictures of like, I don't know how to say this, like sort of 18 to 25-year-old women, and I'm like, hey, hang on a second, 100 18 to 25-year-old women wanting to play an MMO? Something isn't
Suddenly,
right
out
here.
of the blue. Yeah.
Yeah, we had that something similar on Discord.
This is why you set your Discord server moderation settings to the point where like they've got to have a validated phone number. Like I don't mess around with my server because I'm like I know that like eventually shit's gonna happen, but I want them to work for it if it's gonna happen. Oh, 21 subs, Jesus. Ledefty with the heavy drop.
Clearly Ledefty wants something from us.
What do you
Clearly
want?
Ledefty is a buller.
He's a straight up G.
He's my first tier 3 sub as well. Cool guy.
Remember your name.
We
Ledefty
will remember your name.
Remember your name. You are a legend. Absolutely.
Legend of Ledefty.
I mean, you're right there, like, you know, second place on the viewable, on the gifted subs, like, viewer leaderboard. So, like, yeah, dude, we definitely will.
Yeah, actually, just put that leaderboard down there today. Like, I literally installed the extension earlier today and set it up.
Yes, you only got 18 more left, Ledefty.
True. You know what? They'll remember your name, but they'll remember you as the number 2 guy. You know, not exactly like
rank
guys,
2.
he's already done so much.
Yeah.
No, they say
he's already like a straight up
tripping him into it. Like,
you're either winning or you're losing, Ledefty. You know, sometimes it's.
Oh God.
Yeah, we really do. Honestly, we do really appreciate it, Ledefty. Thank you.
We really do.
He's ranked 1 in my chat, you know.
As well as everybody else who's been following, subbing, and you know, just watching the stream, like, you know,
interacting and everything. Like,
you're number 1 to me.
Ooh. Did Mr. Voxil?
Oh,
yeah, there you go.
22
now he's number 1.
Good.
That's what you remember.
Lord.
All right, Mr. Number 1, Mr.
All right,
First Place.
My heart can only take so much here. Like,
all hail Ledefty, Mr. First Place. All right, you know.
The Goblin King is back.
You know, I was actually
clearly
joking, Ledefty, when I said you had 18 left. So.
Wow.
True.
Thank you. Holy Moses. Wow.
There you go. Now
if that's how you, I mean, honestly, Ledefty, if that's how you say "fuck you," like, you're welcome to say it to us anytime.
we
anytime.
Of course. Do you want another random New World fact for that, Ledefty?
I think he deserves it.
Ooh, let's see. Random New World fact. Trying to think of something that almost no one would know.
And is NDA safe.
Is NDA safe? A lot of the territory, like landmarks and names, are actually related to devs. For instance, Henniger's Harpy is a reference to Greg Henniger. Who's the content creator manager for AGS, and then you know, throughout the world you'll see random named NPCs. You know, a lot of them
Tosh
are named after them. Like Tosh, the animal tamer, is actually the German.
In Cutlass Keys.
Yep, he's the German community manager. You get a higher tier camp from him.
Where's Scott Lane? Is he in there at all?
Does Tosh have like is it just text based, or does he actually have dialogue in
I
like?
don't think he's got dialogue.
Is
I
it
didn't
voice?
hear
Is it
dialogue
voice
the
acted?
last time. But...
Because if they end up voice acting it in some way, shape, or form, I hope it ends up being with a German accent.
Yeah.
That'd be
yeah.
great.
If I tell you guys the NDA stuff in German, does that cancel it?
Yeah, exactly. That's fine then. I wonder what they're gonna do with the NDA. They should drop it at some point.
They should let us talk about the process of getting here. At least lift like the verbal part of it. Like let us talk about it, because like there's so much that we can say that helps people understand how this game has developed, that like there's reasons that we don't like run for the hills when things like the cash shop get announced, because we know that AGS is going to listen, and they're going to do something logic based, and they have an appropriate amount of respect and fear for what the community thinks, and I don't see that in a lot of other studios. And like and on top of that, they actually like listen, and that's a lot of the stories that we can tell from the perspective of that. Also, like the change from PvP all the time, there's some huge stories with that. Hey, thanks for the Prime sub.
Yeah. Cheers, buddy.
Appreciate that. Like that's big stuff. Like,
yeah, there's a lot of questions that I get asked about the game that you just can't explain without breaking NDA, really. And
it's pretty awkward.
It does hurt. I mean, it hurts them a lot, right? And now that they're actually releasing the game, maybe they should think about dropping that NDA at some point. Maybe stop deleting patch notes and wiping the forums every time.
Oh Jesus!
When
they
gotta
up
know
and did
that we
that,
saved that stuff. Like,
well, I mean, you say that, like, yeah, some people definitely saved it. Like, I straight up completely forgot that they may end up doing that, like on the closed beta. And I didn't save it, so obviously open beta it happened. I was straight there, like, nope, I'm selecting it all. I saved it as a document, and also recorded actually sort of going through it as well. So yeah, definitely keeping that, and as well as the known issues list as well. So you're not sort of removing that.
There's lots of patch notes, lots of changes though that aren't in the patch notes, and they'll only be there to players who sort of have understood the systems and understood how they've changed over time. But a lot of the stuff, including like the stamina management system, as Chat had pointed out, I don't think those changes were in the patch notes. Certainly, I was a bit surprised to to actually get to. But it was the sort of thing that you play it for yourself, and you're like, oh, this is a pretty big change that they're doing. It was one of the most fundamental changes that they did, and it wasn't in the patch notes, and it's kind of just a bit odd.
Yeah,
They've
were
done that a few times.
Yeah, there's definitely been a few things that were fundamental in terms of changes that just weren't in the patch notes, and it's kind of weird how that happens, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
just like
I don't know whether
validation cancelling wasn't in the patch notes either.
Yeah, and I don't know whether that's just an oversight or whether that's deliberate. Like that's the thing. Like we don't know whether it's an oversight or whether it's deliberate. So, like, what are we meant to think?
Yeah, exactly. Without any context, we don't know.
Yeah,
want Aizen McLeod to say his name out loud 3 times.
Well,
Ledefty. McLeod, you too.
Ledefty. Well, this is the thing, right? Like, if he materializes behind you because you've said it like 3 times, like that's on you. But
he'll materialize behind you with a hand of cash.
Oh, okay, yeah. Ledefty, left. Go for it, man.
Oh,
selling out. This is just the Ledefty channel now, apparently.
Yeah, you can see why I'm such a sellout when these are my viewers, You
have. Damn. Is all I got to say with that.
It's good people. Good people.
Ace, have we covered everything that we want to cover on the meta side of things now?
I
think
believe we have
we've covered so
thoroughly
much.
covered the meta. We are rolling somewhere over 4 hours at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, as I said, as I said before we kickstarted everything, like, you guys were welcome to drop at any point, but I really do appreciate you guys hanging around, and I really appreciate all of the viewers and everything else. I think at this point, I'm judging from that comment that you guys are ready to wrap it up here. 4 hours is a bit long for me as well. I'm also getting over the flu, so.
Oh damn, that sucks, man.
Yeah. That's actually why I didn't stream during the open beta.
He's had it rough over the past week.
Dying all the time.
He's had it rough over the past week because he's been like trying to change over from nights to regular sort of office hours as well at the same time, which is kind of rough to start off with.
For sure.
Oh,
yeah.
Anyway, did you get a different job base or something?
No. For larger scale events, I have to go to an operations center. So, for those that don't know, I work emergency management on the national level. So, any large based event, I'm involved in.
Hurricanes and such things.
So, it was my time to work the night shift. So.
Yeah. This doesn't make much sense because I also thought that you were a Reddit moderator, so you should be unemployed and living in your mother's basement.
Right,
now.
I should be an unemployed neckbeard living in my parents' basement. Complete incel,
exactly.
Yeah. But
hating everything.
No, despite that, I obviously have a highly successful career. Do not live with my parents. And
how dare you? How dare you, Commander Race?
Yeah.
See, I live with Reddit and a Discord admin.
Right? Like, oof. Yeah, breaking stereotypes here.
Yeah.
Terrible.
At least I've got the beard. Like, and the only reason for that is I look like a freaking 40-year-old without it. Like, look at these cheeks. Like, these cheeks. Like, imagine that, but like, no beard at all. Like, yeah. I look like a 4-year-old chubby baby. Like, it's not. Trust me, you don't want to see that. I actually, at the beginning of the pandemic, I shaved it off.
Oh, really?
For the first time in almost 10 years, and instantly regretted it. Like, didn't recognize myself without it. Like, oh, so bad. But that said, I think we're gonna wrap things up for the night. I want to again, throw your guys' streams in the chat here. Make sure that everybody goes and throws them at least a follow and show them the love that you showed us.
I've got to say, I'm 1 subscriber away from 500 subs at the moment, so somebody go over to my channel and sub. I'll remember who you are.
We plan on having more content later this week, or actually all weekend. We should be streaming. Probably another couple streams here should. I think actually 1 stream should get us over the benchmark for our ability to apply for Twitch partnership. So
very pog.
Pretty pumped for that opportunity. We'll see how fast we get shot down, but
yeah. Sometimes I stream into NA hours, so I'll throw you a raid when I see you guys on. I think I've only been able to do 1 raid on you guys because you start quite late, and you're very sporadic with your streaming. God damn it!
We have been very sporadic with our streaming. I think we're settling in on Tuesdays and Fridays are going to be our big ones. And then we'll do Let's Plays throughout the week as well. But our main talk show content would be Tuesdays and Fridays.
Cool. Looking forward to it. Should be good. Have you got any ideas for future sort of talk show topics?
Well, I think we're gonna have.
know.
We're hoping to have Redbird on. I haven't sent him an email on it, or I haven't sent him a message on it yet. But we're gonna have him on, talk about Studio Loot and our partnership with them, and New World fans and all that. And then I mean, there's always something. We are planning. And this has been in the planning stages forever. We are planning to eventually have a guest from Amazon Game Studios to talk about the creator program. Mr. Greg has a number of times mentioned it, and we've been pushing it back, and with every delay has also been a delay on that because the creator program itself doesn't actually officially launch until the launch of the game.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah.
So,
are we still on that panel, Mr. Ace?
I will likely have a panel of people for that one, and you guys are probably on it. I'll probably also bring in Redbird for that one as well.
Oh, when you talk to the Studio Loot guys and Redbird, you can just tell them I'll change my opinion if they throw me some money. But until that time, New World Database all the way. I'm chilling. I don't even get paid by New World Database. But I'll ask Xwire. Actually, I should reach out to Xwire right now. What a goddamn partnership with those guys. Those guys were awesome. New World fans used to be the shit. They just need to update it. And then it's fine.
Having said that, right, it would actually be very good to get Exio on as well. Because he's a very interesting guy, right?
Oh, yeah.
Who's done a lot for the New World community. I'd be interested to hear some of the things he's got to say.
Oh, yeah.
Be interesting, for sure.
With all of that, we're going to wrap things up. Thank you guys. And as we always like to say, we will see you in the new world.